All right, we should be live. You guys should be able to hear me just fine. Hopefully everything's smooth. No, let's see. Is the YouTube chat updating? Because I know the YouTube stuff and the Twitch stuff. There's been like errors recently. But how's everyone doing? I know we're on a Tuesday, but that's because last week was Thanksgiving, and the YouTube members know it wasn't a breakless week for me. There's 3 videos for YouTube members to watch early release, and then I just posted a brand new video, and I know some of you guys hopped in from there. So um, it's Troy's Day. Well, we're not trying to spoil the rest of the stream, but uh, you guys, most of you guys probably already know that the voice of all things is like, a theory crafting, like just a to discuss a certain topic that's not usually related to the chapters unless the chapter's super crazy. And then this week is break week, so there was a lot of power scaling streams I think in the last week, and so it won't be too weird to talk about the recent chapters. But with that, I know we haven't used it in a while. But one of the main things about this stream was that we buster called certain guests. And so just for the ceremony of it, I'm just going to play the thing. You guys already know who's coming. I mean, the name's already there. But we're just going to play it. Oh my god, we're getting Buster or actually, hold on, we're Buster calling somebody. Or no, someone's Buster. I forget the context of this, but I'm pretty sure what it was supposed to be was that I'm Buster calling Randy Troy because, one of the goats has great theories, and Professor Clover got Buster called, and he's the greatest. I mean, now it's a tie between Clover and Vegapunk, because Vegapunk had everything that Clover had. So I think Clover's still the GOAT who got the best One Piece theorist in the verse. And so on these streams, we Buster call great theorists. And this week it is Randy Troy. I'm here with Randy. Thank you for coming on. I think now the stream can see you and hear you. So hey, say hi to the stream, Randy.
Savage. What's up, guys?
This is I think you just came off of a stream with Roger's Base, and I don't know if we're announcing this. I didn't think that was going to be announced, but the whole secret thing at the end that Roger's Base was a little goofy about, and he kind of just pushed you into announcing. Are we saying it here?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's already out. I mean, we don't have a date, but I mean, we're gonna have the next Reverie.
Hey, so if you guys don't know, because you guys, I mean, this is kind of like a self-report for you guys, because then that means you weren't in Randy's stream, which is just, what are you guys doing? But Randy is going to be the host of the next Reverie, and like you said, the time is not slated out, but it's soon. It's coming up soon, and that's exciting because
we're either gonna fill the void of the Oda break, or wait until after the first chapter of the year is officially dropped in January. So
gotcha.
That's still playing around with it, still figuring things out, but Savage Crew.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I mean, like your first Reverie was 2 years ago, and then the Reverie last year, or this year, wow, this year was the second one, right? And then you were there for 12 hours, and the one before that was 11 hours, right?
Yep.
So then I think like traditionally, because like I think I told you that when Jay did his pre-stream or whatever, he said he's gonna do 5 hours, and I was like, I don't know. 10's feeling about the number, and then he went to 10, and he was just like dying at the end of it. Do you have a tentative time slated out for that?
I mean,
are we doing 24 hours, 2 parts? Because you can only do 12-hour streams on YouTube.
Oh, is that a thing now?
Yeah, I think that's what people are telling like Jay, like, oh, make sure you. Or no, Hidden had the 12-hour stream, and so he went over, but he clipped it down to like 10 hours something.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, we'll just go till we drop, I guess.
Go till we drop. Okay. Well, that's.
I mean, based on the parameters of what YouTube gives us, if it's a hard cap at 12, then we're not going beyond that. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Which is fun because last time I think you, me, and Threevil, we all marathoned and Jay, we all marathoned through. Though Jay had like a little break with the chair in between, but this time around I might not be able to be there for 12 hours because some of you guys probably already know I have a kid coming along the way, and so I might not be able to be here for the entire stream, or we'll have to take like a decent break. We'll see when that time comes. But the whole point of this stream, like the title of it, is History Repeats Itself. It's repeating history. And oh wow, Fable in here saying till I collapse, Randy Troy.
Yeah.
Thank you for
till
the $50
drops.
Fable. Yeah. And something with that was really funny was we talked about how our histories essentially were like parallels on YouTube, where we both started our channels probably like within a year of our first Reverie, and then right after that Reverie we got a large community, and then during that time we both had a kid scheduled out for December, which you had last year and I am having this year. And so it's like
2 years ago, actually.
2 years ago, sorry.
Yeah.
And it's like a complete parallel of what's happening. And then we were having a discussion where I was telling you like, oh, I really want you to be like right before I have the kid, the last stream before that, for the ceremony, for the meaning of it. And then we're talking about how like it was like crunch time and all that, and you went through the exact same thing. And yeah, it's crazy how history repeats itself.
I had the Chrissy and I did a 4-hour stream for chapter 1000, and then it was like the day after or the following day, and then it was just we were officially parents.
Oh wow, that is. Oh yeah, and that's another thing, that you just passed your 100th chapter review as well, and so the next one would be your 101st chapter review. So then we also lined it up perfectly for the new, right after the Void, not the Void Century for your channel, but
Yeah, man. Yeah, 100 channel. 967 was the first on the channel. Obviously been in the community a lot longer than that, but as far as just doing reviews on YouTube, we're 100 chapters in now.
Yeah, I like what Costro wrote. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. I like that.
Hey.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna get through the super chats in a second, guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting. And one thing that I wanted to say was like, in terms of with like Randy, a lot of you guys already know Randy, but Randy's, in terms of YouTubers, because you guys know that I was not in this space. When I started my channel was like my first step. Actually, when I started my TikTok, I didn't even know this space existed. I was just like, I'm just gonna put up this fun theory that I'm just putting out there, and then once I started my YouTube, people were like, oh, like you should check out this channel and that channel and this channel, and your channel was one of the like first channels I saw. I think like a lot of your viewers ended up being like strong supporters of my elemental hockey thing, and then they put me onto your channel, and I think like in terms of collabs, it was Brago, and then it was you, and then me and Hidden collabed as well. And one of the things was, in terms of something I missed out with the community, was all of the theories becoming true. Like, those theories that like the community just loves and they band together and they just like all those like community sentiments. Like, this one isn't one of them, but like, I didn't know that carrot for Nakama was a huge thing, and that was a huge like idea that everyone had. And then I guess the one that I missed would be on the top of my head is the Kanjuro being a traitor, that Marco theories made that one, right? But in terms of when I became a part of the community, your theories were the first ones that it wasn't even just like one, it was just like boom boom boom. It was like that there was like 2 chapters where I was just like, all right, my live reaction is no longer my live reaction, it's me just freaking out because like everything that you said in our first collab just ended up becoming true, so much so that like when the you had like one of the things I respect is like when you take an L, you own it. You put up on the very beginning of your chapter reaction, you're like, you have the somber music, you're like, oh no, we got this. And you said that about Tama. You said that, and then Japan came out afterwards and was just like, wait, hold on, the tombstones actually say Kurozumi on it, possibly. And then it was just like the craziest thing, because I don't even know if Japan knows about your theory. Yeah, just like it just we
just resurrected and ascended at that point.
Yeah, that was like one of, and so in terms of being a part of the community, you are like, when I remember the start of my channel going back, I'm gonna remember that stream so much. I like freaked. I think you clipped it in the thing too, which is like incredible. Yeah, and there's a lot of, I think, in that terms, we're gonna talk about like, how you got into the theory stuff. Like there's a particular frame that you use that I really like that I don't use, but that's why I really like all the One Piece theorists that like are here and are prominent. Even the small creators, everyone has their own perspective, and I feel like you have your own too. And again, if you guys don't know Randy Troy, that was a very lengthy introduction into his channel, but definitely go subscribe if you aren't yet, because one, he's gonna have the Reverie there. I'll definitely try to be on for another theory for theory, but that was another thing that's really funny is I think similarly to Roger's base is that me and you end up collabing a lot indirectly, and so then we end up like, oh yeah, we just talked to Randy, I saw him last weekend, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Right.
But we'll definitely come through sometime soon, and I'll have Randy in again. But and I'm already seeing the insane support from your Savage crew. They're definitely being savage right now.
Shout out to Big Ty.
But yeah, I just want to thank you for hopping onto the stream, Randy. If you we'll do this again at the end, but if you want to let everybody know who doesn't know Randy Troy somehow, let them know what you do and how you do it.
Hey bro, we're here, we do this. Come over to the Randy Troy channel if you want to get those early spoilers that are not actual spoilers but end up becoming actual spoilers. And
on top of that, Randy's like, don't be fooled by his young looks, because he's actually, I mean, I'm not talking about the age stuff, I'm talking about he's probably the oldest, not oldest, the one of the YouTubers who has been with One Piece for the longest time. And one of the stories that made me laugh, like, this is a laugh tale, like actually a laugh tale. You said he was like 14 or 13 or something like that, or 12, and you saw that One Piece was being adapted by 4 kids into the States, and you got so angry as a 12-year-old, you wrote a letter to them and said, don't do this, please. Or who'd you write the letter to? Can you tell that story?
Yeah,
that's my favorite story.
No, it was. I Googled whatever the corporate office was for 4 kids, which was, I'm pretty sure, in New York. And or I don't know, was Google even a thing? Maybe. Whatever search engine. I don't know. I found it on the internet. Asked Jeeves, and Jeeves told me. Yeah, I was 12, 13, 14. Well, let's see. I don't know. It's like 2004, so I was probably like 13 or 14. And then, either way, I was in high school.
Right.
And then, obviously never got a response back, and my attempt was futile, but I tried, okay? I tried.
We're not gonna let it slide though. One day, once we are powerful enough, we're gonna let them know and have them redo it. Because something I found out recently, and maybe this is a Mandela effect, because I watched the 4Kids, but I don't remember that they swapped Laboon with an iceberg.
Bro, they did so much, but like their whole thing was that they wanted to get to Chopper as fast as possible. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, right? No one's ever like clarified this, but the Chopper episodes, they're, we're talking mid 80s, 84, 85. That's like the Chopper flashback, if I'm not mistaken. And when they got to that point, they had literally only released like, I don't know, 30 something episodes. Or it's either they released 30 something episodes or they literally cut 30 full episodes out just to get to that point. They skipped Little Garden completely, made Laboon an iceberg. Now, granted, and I don't say this to defend 4Kids, but when that episode came out, I think we were either still in Enies Lobby with the manga or just starting Thriller Bark. So the connection to Laboon wasn't like, known, right. But it's still a ridiculous thing to think about going, back in time. 4Kids always did was they took all of these like important plot moments and just turned them into jokes that had nothing to do with anything. So it was just, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Two things on that. Maxo, thank you for the 2 months. And he said they called it 3 Kids after Randy wrecked them. And what's even funnier about this story is we're talking about how his channel spoilers for the series, which it is, and we'll talk about the theories in a little bit. But look at that, at 12 years old, 13, whatever age it was, he had the foresight to know it was gonna be that bad that Randy felt like he needed to pull out his Conquerors hockey and intervene, like 80 episodes before it like hit the shitter. Like Randy's sitting there like, the first
episode hadn't even come out yet. It was just the announcement.
Right. It was like, saying like you didn't even watch the thing yet. That's how much foresight you had. You were sitting there like Kata Curry future sighting that shit. You were just like, no way.
Well, bro, I know what they did to Pokemon. At that point, Yu-Gi-Oh was already out, and they like completely skipped over the entire first season. And I was working for Kaizoku Fan Subs, and was already ingrained in the community and working, and an admin in Arlong Park. So, like, I knew the actual material here. And I was like, they're going to cut this. There's no way they're going to allow the blood here. It's... Yeah.
That's too crazy. That, like... I wish I could have experienced that, like Arlong Parks. Like I think you said that they got like reworked and had the part like a second version too, and then you're also in One Piece as well, and like a huge supporter of that. And I need to get my wife to watch that actually. One Piece. She wanted to start with the dubs to help her ease into the show, but I told
One Piece is what helped Chrissy.
Yep. So I'll definitely soon, once she has the bandwidth for watching stuff, because right now, as pregnant as she is, she's just like I can barely focus on the World Cup right now. So but with that, I can't, like, I'm just stunned. I'm stunned with what's happening in the YouTube chat right now. So let me read out some of the super chats. We'll do it in chronological order. So and if there are questions that I see that are relevant to later in the conversation, I'll save them and we'll bring it up later. But I'll still read them now. So Noor Ganji said, with $2 super chat, thank you, said, if Zoro grew a beard, would it be green? Yeah, I think so. Right? It'd be green. It has to be green.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense.
And then Dill with $1.69 with no comment. I'm trying to figure out if you were being nice to me or we're roasting each other. I don't know which side of the bed we woke up on today. On my end, because usually I'm the one who starts at Dill, to be fair. But appreciate that, Dill. Thank you. And then Fable with the $50, and I guess this started the domino effect with the Till I Collapse Randy Troy. We need that album drop, by the way. We need the part 2 to Heat on Feet. We need is Eddie gonna come through and spice up the Reverie? Are we gonna get a soundtrack for it?
Ooh, that's actually that's funny. Maybe.
Ooh, I'd like that. I don't know. I think the community, now that I spoke it, you're gonna have a hard time escaping that on your chat. I apologize ahead of time. But I it's for the community.
That's yeah, I mean, but that's up to him and his schedule.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Let's see. Dill says $5. Oh, Dill with another one. $5 says W gang in the chat. Much love to the two goats. Hey, I'm here, blessed by Randy's presence here. We had to make this work out schedule wise. We're at a busy time of the year, and I got the exclusive drop on the Reverie host for the Void Oda's Void Century in 2023. So thank you, Randy, again for hopping on like that.
Oh yeah, man.
Dax Sake with a $10 super chat. Have you seen Dax? I think I told you a long time ago that Pluton is a mole theory.
Yeah. I still need to watch it.
Yeah,
I wish I had more time. I've had a bunch of people send it to me. I got to check it out.
Yeah, Dax is popping off like he's, a lot of people said I popped off, and I think there's no faster. Well, there are some faster, but Dax is clearing the speed gate. Like hitting 10K in like 3 months is like absurd. So shout outs to Dax and his super. Oh wait, no, I didn't read it. It says I can't wait for the stream. Well, you don't have to wait. We're here. You guys have been two of my favorite creators since both of you started, and I probably never would have created my own channel without both of you. Much love, #MoleGang. And so, as another thing that on my stream, I had him on earlier, he was saying that we're technically his parents, which is like really funny considering how we start out the stream, and I'm about to be a parent, but he said that I think you would be his dad, and then I gave birth to him because he really loves your style and your theories and your YouTube channel and everything. And my channel was kind of what made him comfortable with sharing his ideas. Like Pluton is a mole, the tagline is reminiscent. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So he like, once I put out Vanderdeck is a mushroom, Zoro is a plant, Mihawk is a sword, and then people like that, he's like, wait, I feel more comfortable sharing Pluton as a mole and his Lafro Tail videos and all those other things. And I'm honored that Dax has said that about me in the first place, because it's just like that is the whole point of starting my channel, so that more people start channels and talk One Piece. Because I feel like going to the last saga, I think the story's gonna end, but like this conversation I'm having with you and the conversations people have from their ideas, that's gonna last. It's gonna be the funniest thing where like 20 years from now, he's like, remember that Par guy? He said Zoro was a plant. Like, how crazy, you know what I mean? Like, that's just like, the craziest thing. And then on top of that, I think a lot of people with like your theories of Tama, if Tama is not Kurozumi by the end of the story, I think it's gonna, and Oda never denies it, I think people are just gonna accept that as canon, like by the end of the story. Like, that's one of those things that I think a lot of your theories are gonna be like that as well too. So people say that about mine, but mine are a little bit more crazy with like Vanderdecken is a mushroom, which is fair.
Yeah.
And then we go into the Savage Crew, flexing their Conquerors hockey in my YouTube stream. We start off with Fable, but then we got Tyrone Will, which I always said Tire 1, but then when you said Tire 1, I was like, wait a second, that makes so much sense. It's such a dope name. But thank you for the $100 or $99.99 super chat that I collapsed. What's up, Savage Crew? Ooh.
Do you see this?
Hey.
Trust me, you can track it.
I got the
stream. We start off.
Damn, that's dope that I got the Randy soundboard in my stream. Thank you. I need to do that. I'm thinking about, well, this was before I realized that was all custom. I thought that like you somehow got that from somewhere, but that was all Eddie. Shout out to Eddie Heartthrob. I was gonna get, there's a line from like Eminem where it's like, a vision is scary. I was gonna do that, but I got a custom one now. I gotta get more of these custom things to set, because you set the precedent with that peak quality. And a Stream Deck. I gotta get the Stream Deck thing so I get more reactions. Like, that's a super cool thing that you got, even though that crashed your stream. And do you still use that, or does it still cause you issues?
So I still have all of the files. I just manually toggle them instead of using the buttons on the Stream Deck now.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna try and bring it back and see if it's just after I made the mistake of updating OBS for the Croc Summit with Jay and Morge, it took away this like ability that an old version of OBS could do, and then when I went back, even going back, you still couldn't get that thing where it would actually hide any media inside of OBS, so that it wasn't always visible. Now everything is visible, so all of the media files just crash everything.
Leave it to the programs to mess this up, It's like the world government made OBS or something, trying to quiet us up. I see Hidden Island. Yo, Hidden Island, what's up? He said, "I'll write you a couple bars, bro." Eden, are you out? Fable's asking the question, are you outing yourself right now? Or can I out you? Like, I feel like that's the best lore. Yeah, the world ain't ready for that. So I don't know, Randy, if you've seen, I've started like a third channel called StarVision, and it's like a music channel. So a long time ago, before like I even started chapter reviews, I'm pretty sure it's before I started chapter reviews, I made a music video for Chopper. Oh, not Chopper, the Going Merry. Chopper videos on the top of my head. The Going Merry, because episode 1000 was coming out, and it was like a tribute to all the Straw Hats, and they didn't include the Going Merry at all. And I was like, no, like, how can we get this far? We would have made it past like 400 episodes, 400 chapters without the Going Merry. So then I made a music video for the Going Merry, and fun fact, Joy Girl watched that, and she somehow lost a bet with me, and now she owes me a dance music video, which I need, which is gonna come soon on the StarVision. So well,
she will very likely own up to that as well.
Yeah,
she did do a dance music video to Heat on Feet, which was one of the funniest things. I was not expecting it. She didn't tell me she was doing it, and well, actually, she reached out. She's like, "Can I use the song?" And I was like sure, because it was when Sanji beat Queen.
Yeah,
and it was like, obviously, I mean, we got a lot of Heat on Feet going on, and then full music video was dying, and I sent it to Eddie, and he was losing it.
She's actually, so I got mad at my chat and my moderators who were from your stream, because all this time I thought like the Heat on Feet, the sound deck, the Savage stuff, I didn't know that. I think I told you this later on, that I didn't know that like these were your songs. Joy Girl's the one who told me about the song. So we, on her stream, we watched my video. Then she showed me Heat on Feet. Then she showed me her dance music video, which she was so embarrassed by that she left the stream and just played it and came back after we were like,
wait, the one that she did?
Yeah. She just started blushing.
She was embarrassed by it?
Yeah, she just could not.
It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. It's sensational.
It was so funny. And then after being that embarrassed, that's why I said I was like confused, because she said like, if she just started like a Tetris game on the thing, and she said if I beat her in Tetris, she would make a dance music video to a music video that I made in the future. And Foxy, it was essentially a Davey backfight, and Foxy came in and helped me out and hit her with the lag, and so I just won. And I was like, I mean, the scoreboard doesn't lie. I technically won here, and so now. Shout outs to Foxy helping me out there. And so now it's so that's one of my favorite things. You just go back there and you're just like, boom. I need to do that. So starting out, my wife started getting me a bunch of these Funko Pops, which aren't as dope as your figures, but
I couldn't start the Funko Pop thing because I was just like, all right, if I get one, then I gotta get more, and I was just like, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, my wife.
It's bad. It's bad enough I got these. I got a couple that I just got that I haven't even opened yet.
My wife got me, I think, essentially the entire crew. So I'm gonna have the Funko Pops of the crew in the middle, and then have like minifigures in the back, because it's way more efficient that way. It's way more efficient. And dang, we didn't even finish all these super chats. Holy shit. Okay. We're gonna get through these super chats, and then we're gonna hop into the crux of the conversation. Which again, thank you guys so much, Fable and Tyrone Will. Thank you so much. He said, Fable with a $50 after that said, "Hey Ty, how's it go?" Oh my god, they're just donating a conversation to each other. Is this the meme is real where they're just like low-key flirting through $100 super chats?
Table. It's Table. They have their own. I forget what it's called. There's a word for it. Like Brangelina.
Table. Maxo says table.
Yeah, it's Table.
Damn. We're keeping it above the table for this stream, guys. Then we got Maxo with the 2 months again. Thank you. He said they called it 3 kids. Yup. Randy definitely flexed on them. We're gonna. I mean, I think what's funny. It's like I feel like they have Randy's letter somewhere, and that's why in Arabasta they stopped. They're like, you know what, Randy was right the entire time. We should just stop while we're ahead, or behind, whichever way you want to look at it.
Well, they actually ended with the Saint Brice ship falling on top of them. So anybody that was watching as a kid and until Funimation picked it up, you were just left to believe that they got crushed by the ship.
Oh my goodness. And that's funny because recent chapters brings the relevance. So maybe 4 kids. The iceberg thing with the Laboon was something that actually someone told me in the comment section on one of my videos, and they're like, yo, is this foreshadowing? Did 4 kids actually foreshadow something? And I'm like, oh my god, this is so dumb that they did this, but it could be. And I didn't make that video yet, but that was there's so many different things with that where it's just like so goofy. Like, I don't know if you knew this, but as much as we meme on 4 kids, but the Greek adaptation of One Piece is worse, arguably. I mean, one example is like, instead of Raftail, which is what Crocus said to us, instead of that they translated as the Red Line. So they said that Roger's last island was the Red Line, and I was just like, wait a second, you're on the Red Line as you're saying this, and like we know this is the Red Line because you just talked about it like last episode. So like, and it could be funny because
that might actually even be worse than the HK subs.
Yeah, and that could also be foreshadowing because a lot of people are like, what if the Red Line, like we have to break the Red Line, or like the last island is within the Red Line, and somehow they messed up so bad they fell into the plot, and Oda just made the plot really good, and we can't meme on them. I don't know. It's just really funny how not disrespect, but how little respect that anime got back in the day. And now we have the respect. So
it was all cash grab. It was Pokemon was successful with all of the changes that they made. They renamed all of the Pokemon, and cut so much stuff. They changed Yu-Gi-Oh! It worked for that, and they were like, oh, this One Piece thing is kind of kicking off. We'll do that with that, and then it was like, what was the first company that had Dragon Ball Z also? Because they were for kids level as well. Can't remember their name.
Wow. I was so small. Like the remote was like the size of like my body, like when these things came out. So I was not paying attention to the studios.
Bruh, have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, during the Saiyan saga, right? Some of my favorite stuff that they did during that dub, and somebody in the chat may remember the name of what group it was. But anyway, it's like Nappa removes one of Tien's arms, and he's just like, "You wait until it grows back," and then Nappa like shoots at the news reporters, and it like blows up the helicopter, and then they just make somebody else say, I don't know, maybe it was Krillin or whatever, and it's just like, "Don't worry, I see their parachutes." and nobody died. They just went to another dimension. That was it. It was like, "I'm gonna send you to another dimension."
That's incredible. I forget. I feel like the Tien one, I do remember that. I was like, oh wow, that's cool. Like
the ocean dub, yeah. The chat knew. The ocean dub, yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, that's what Mega Mix. Gotcha. Wow, that's, it's funny because if they just trusted the process, it's like, yeah, technically these people didn't die and they were sent to another dimension. Technically. They just needed to trust the process just a little bit more. Just wait a little bit, which is, I still laugh about this, to pull away from One Piece specifically, but the industry wise, a lot of people, the stigma around anime still, they're like, with all the viral takes nowadays, one of the viral takes that people just somehow still have is that anime is made for kids, and like, shonen is made for, the younger male audience. But what I always point out to people is that Japan's youth is a lot more mature than like a lot of the other, especially Western side. I feel like there's so many, like, I look at Detective Conan. I don't know if you've ever like watched or read Detective Conan, but it for the people who don't know, it's as long running as One Piece essentially, and it's made for kids, and all the clues are made like riddles for like 8-year-olds essentially. And in those same episodes, they're just killing people. Like, people die, get murdered, and like in gruesome ways. It's
cartoon Law and Order with a child that is actually a man.
Yeah, and like,
has been shrunk.
When I was younger and I got into it, I was like, how is this okay for like a 9-year-old to watch over there? And I feel like they do it in a way that is educational. Like they do things but then at the same time, there's certain things that would just not fly, and I'm assuming that's why Case Closed didn't like continue in the States, I guess. But like, I just feel like it's super. I watch it because it's like I learned so much about Japanese, and there's so much educational stuff in there.
And so many people say the same thing when they get into One Piece. They start watching it, they get past Arlong Park, they're like, okay, wow, this is actually a little deeper. They get past Arabasta, they start seeing the world expand, and they're just like, this is not what I expected this show to be at all.
Yeah.
And that's what makes One Piece different from every other shonen is the impeccable world building. And the thing is that I don't know if in Japan, like in America, I call it a fast food culture. So it's just everything is like, we consume something and then it's like, all right, give me the next thing. Someone drops an album and it's like, okay, cool, but that was last week. Whose album is out now? And then it's like, unless you put something on a playlist, it's like, oh, this movie just came out. It's fast food. What's the next thing? Marvel, everything. We all attribute it all to this kind of stuff. And One Piece cannot be consumed in one bite. It's something that has to
It's a
it
feast.
builds and it grows. It is a feast, and it's like, and the food gets better as you continue to devour everything, and the world just gets bigger. And America, most people just don't have the patience for that.
Yeah.
It's just they'll sit and watch and binge reality on Netflix, and I mean, that's fine for an escape or whatever, but then they'll be posed with something like One Piece or even something similar in America that has like a long running story that opens up, and they're just like, nah, I don't have time for that.
Yeah. And that's true. I feel like that's truthfully one of the more frustrating oppositions as to why people don't start One Piece. They just look at how long it is, and because of what our world has done to attention spans and what we prioritize and incentivize, people don't even want to give it a shot, which is like that says so much about our world in the first place. I'm not, like, if you don't watch One Piece, that doesn't make you like a bad person or anything. It's not like I won't be friends with you. I think most of my friends don't watch One Piece actually, in real life.
Hey, they're just missing out. That's all it is.
Yeah, but like,
and it's like, there's a reason why the most popular video on my channel with the most views is the one where I explain what One Piece is. I mean, even though it's outdated now and in severe need of an update, which I'm not going to do until they finish Barati, but because it's like the only area where you can watch all the way up to Barati, and then you have to like watch it somewhere else because they haven't finished it, and then you can like watch a bunch of stuff. You can watch all of One Piece from essentially Annie's Lobby all the way to Wano, which is like what the most beneficial thing of One Piece is. It's kind of spotty in like Arabasta and Drum, and may have finished Drum. I don't know. They're working on Arabasta. I don't know if they finished Water 7 yet. It's all fan made. They're not getting paid for any of it, so it's just whenever they get the stuff done. It's been going on since 2013. But it was so amazing when you were able to stream directly from One Piece's site, because it was so much easier, and that's what the guide was generally sent for. It's like, okay, go to this website, watch it here, then go to Netflix or Hulu and watch this episode. But now we're not in the culture of what it was years ago, where people actively like torrented stuff.
Right.
Now it's like there was this whole commodity and everything where it was like, okay, like Napster and LimeWire and Kuzan and all this stuff. Oh, they're taking money away from the songwriters, they're taking money away from the film industry and everything like that. And you could still go through and download movies and songs and applications and stuff like that. And I feel like, I mean, you still can do that, but I feel like streaming services have somehow beaten down everybody to the point where they're just like, I'll pay $9 here, I'll pay $9 here, and then everybody just has like 10 streaming services that they're paying $100 a month for, when they used to get all of that stuff for free downloading it, but they just don't care anymore. But now to try and tell someone, hey, you have to go and torrent this One Piece, your experience will be better for it, because it's going to be a compressed, like true to the manga experience. The filler is gone. The subs have personality to them. That's another like key factor of One Piece, is that, and that's something that we tried to do during Kaisaku fan subs as well, was give characters their own voice.
Right.
Which, if you're just going with the the direct translation or going too literal, like sometimes even the Funimation subs are, or even sometimes the Viz can be too literal. It's like the literal nature of it is good for some things, especially with things that pertain to lore. But when it comes to like dialogue of like the main crew, they all have their own personality. They all have their own way of speaking, and it comes through in their dialogue as well. And at least One Piece retains that. So that's another reason why I always try to draw people to that.
Yeah. One thing that I did find interesting is, I mentioned my wife is watching the dub on Netflix, and she has the sub up still. And one thing that they did really interesting is the sub does not match the dub. The sub is actually the actual translations. So there's many times where, well, I told her prior, I was like, listen, especially early on, the dub is not going to reflect on what is actually being said here, and they cut a lot of corners in the translations, and that, you know, she knows translational differences. There's always gonna be loss of meaning. And once she started hearing the dub and then reading the sub, she's like, wait a second, these lines don't even match up. Like they completely lost. And it's funny, you can watch and hear it and see like, wait a second, they completely scuffed this line. Like, and they know it because the sub is right there, or like a different team probably works on that. But it is like, because then I was like, this is what I was talking about. See, like, I couldn't explain it, but now you get to see it. And she got to see it. Like, it was like every episode, there was at least one blatant line of like, if you just heard the dub, you kind of misunderstand what is being said and how it's being said. I think they, like you were saying, the context of like Zoro, Buggy, Zeph, Captain Kuro, there was like a lot of those characters where the way they delivered lines really told you a lot about their character. In the dub, it was just like, that's dumb. Like whereas a line would be like, well, you know, where they gave more, like Zoro more thought, or like Zeph more meaning before like the Sanji flashback, they would like shorten up his line to be like, you scoundrel, whereas like the I think the translation was like calling Sanji like an eggplant or something like that, and then that tied into the flashback and like the food and the eggplant and then their dish, whereas if you just lose that thing, you lose a whole meaning. And like my wife really likes those details where it's like, one thing that really shocked me, because it's been so long, was I like roughly remember this, but Captain Kuro kept his glasses up but going like this, and she pointed out, like when she saw him, she's like, that's weird, why does he do that? And then I was just like, oh my god, wait, she's catching on, and she's like, he must have a reason for why he puts up his glasses like that. And then when his claws came out, she's like, oh my god, his claws, so that's why he learned to put up his glasses, because if he did it regularly, he'd cut up his face. And it's like, you know, a lot of people sleep on the details there. Sai actually told me a really crazy detail about Captain Morgan's. So one thing that I really liked about early One Piece was that the villains connected. So Captain Morgan's, for the chat may not remember this, connected to Captain Kuro. Captain Kuro essentially created Captain Morgan's in his flashback. I feel like I just spoiled you, but like that was a long time ago. But the point is that one thing that Sai told me is that on Captain Kuro's chin, it's
the German word for seagull.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what Sai said. So I was like, wait, I was mind blown. So it says MOEW, I believe. And so what he was just like, wait, if you rearrange that says meow. And that might be what because I think he said that before Captain Kuro, he didn't have the thing. And so Captain Kuro wrote that on his thing to mark his thing, the meow thing, for his Black Cat Pirates. And I was like, no, that's so crazy. And then you're saying it's the German word. So it's like, one way or another, that's like insane detail.
Well, Kuro wouldn't have been able to write it on there. Kuro is responsible for breaking his jaw, and then Morgan rose to fame by taking Kuro in.
Right.
So,
okay.
But he wouldn't have been able to write that. But if it is meow backwards, because I know it's
I think it's
M-O-W. I thought it was MOEW.
Yeah. I think Sai was saying to rearrange it, and then it makes meow. And I was like, that's kind of crazy. Yeah. But I think Don Masma said is put the German spelling, it's Moe or whatever, and you were saying that's the seagull thing. So regardless, I like one way or another, that the German one, the rearranging thing, either way, it's like the attention to detail is really important, because Oda, as we are seeing, One Piece has this this charm to it where, sure, it's 1,000 chapters or 1,000+ chapters and 1,000+ episodes, but it does not make the first 100 episodes, the second 100 episodes, the middle 400 chapters meaningless. We're seeing now like how many different small points were like Vera, for example. That was like a small
Can I skip Skype you?
yeah, exactly. And I think I watched your 1067 analysis, and you again highlighted, I knew this, is that that's one of your favorite parts of writing and storytelling in the first place, is when a small detail from the past becomes relevant. And I will get to the rest of super chats, but I want to, a lot of this is shaping up, as you guys can see, like Randy's ever since 12 years old been really involved in the industry, so much so that he knew that the studio was gonna fumble it. He knows he's, one of the main things on his channel is the live action for One Piece that Matt Owens is show running for, and Netflix is adapting and giving it a chance and all that. And you are a writer, you worked in the industry, you worked with Marvel, all that stuff. And I'm kind of curious, like, one thing that I've noticed with your theories that I wanted to point out was you have this focus of framing your theories using like parallels, reverse parallels, taking parts of the stories and not recycling it, but refreshing it in a fun way. And some people don't like that, but you seem to gravitate towards that, and it not to a degree that it harms the spoiler nature of your theories, because you are on the mark a lot of the times. And honestly, I think I mentioned this when you were saying that the arc after Wano, or some arc after Wano, would be the reverse, or the end of Wano would be the reverse Impel Down Marineford situation, right? And someone would be captured, and we'd have.
Well, no, I said that I would love to have that happen in this saga. So I've always said that Wano to me was a reverse Thriller Bark.
Okay.
Or not necessarily a reverse Thriller Bark, but like had a lot of the same themes and elements going into it, and a lot of the same machinations. Whereas if we're on the same timeline, that would make, and that's with the whole everything with Whole Cake Island being sort of a Water 7 and East Lobby thing, with Sanji being the Robin of the arc. Dressrosa was Arabasta, all the way to the point of most of the Doflamingo family members even having similar fruits, or more powerful fruits of some of the Baroque Works members. What if Crocodile won? All of that. So that primes us for Egghead to be the Sabado Archipelago, like, flip.
Right.
And what do we have currently? Kuma is involved, which likely means that Kizaru is going to be involved. Sentomaru is Vegapunk's bodyguard, so he needs to pop up at some point.
Are you gonna be upset?
Ronnie is here.
I felt your anger through the thing when you were streaming the Rogers base, when you were like, "Where is Sentomaru?" And I was just like, if he doesn't show up, is that something that would actually, like, would you make a whole video about it?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't care one way or another. It's not like I'm like, man, Sentomaru, what a great character. It's he's a throwaway character for me, but I mean, he was a menace in the archipelago.
Yeah.
So we need that to come back around there. And when we return there after the time skip, there was basically the promise that they would reunite and run into each other again.
And he was introduced as Vegapunk's bodyguard, so it's like, how are we
directly in the Oda box?
Yeah. So it's kind of like, where is Sentomaru when he needs him right now? Like, he deployed all of his forces, but Sentomaru's not there. It makes it interesting.
Yep. But I mean, maybe that's what happens. Maybe that's who Zoro and Brook run into. Who knows? That's if to say, if Cypher Pole Zero doesn't, use Geppo and then fly over to where Zoro and Brook are also. There's a couple of different options for this, but I would prefer Kizaru to get involved and be like the real villain of the arc. And Fujitora needs to play a role, because every time we saw him, after Dressrosa, it was all about the SSG. Pretty much every single piece of dialogue he had was about SSG. So it makes sense if he is working with Vegapunk in some way. And the idea that the Jinbei Seraphim clone has Senor Pink's fruit, when Fujitora, the person who was so involved with the SSG project, was responsible for the capture of Senor Pink, just kind of ties that together as well. So I'm expecting other Doflamingo family fruits, maybe even Doflamingo having the Ito Ito no Mi, the Seraphim version.
Do you think, on the Senior Pink note, do you think he's dead though? Or do you think it's just extracted?
If we never saw Doflamingo after he said someone was coming to kill him in like 907 or 908, and then we saw him again in 956, just laughing. That applies to me. I think that's where they took his lineage factor. You know, so like I think there is going to be a replication of Doflamingo's fruit. But since Dofi's alive, it poses that Senor Pink could be alive as well. If he's dead, it doesn't harm the story. But at the same time, it all depends if we're getting another... It harms Frankie, but maybe that's why Oda went out of his way to do a cover request where we see them having their drink.
Right.
And you know, we just never get it in the real story. Or do we get a second Impel Down breakout where now Senor Pink is one of the people that is, you know, helping people escape, you know, like one of the like the Mr. 3 of this, you know, this breakout or something.
Yeah, that's true. That is, oh yeah, okay. I feel like Senior Pink would also kind of
he would be very helpful. He would be very crucial in a breakout from Impel Down.
Bon Clay and Senior Pink feel like, because, you know, Bon Clay was like, you know, by the end of his, like, the Arabasta, he was like, these guys are real homies, they're friends, and like that respect, and like those Senior Pink didn't have that for the entire crew. He had that for Frankie. So like it's kind of interesting that, whereas Galdino didn't exactly have that, but one way or another, like
Senior Pink meets Bon Clay and says, "Hey, I like your voice. It reminds me of someone."
Yeah, he calls him hard boy. Oh yeah, that's a friendship that needs to happen now that I think about it. Senior Pink and Bon Clay. That's a fun one. I like that.
I mean, it's literally the same voice actor as Frankie and Bon Clay, so. If you didn't know that.
True.
Yeah.
Huh. Do you think that version of Impel Down would be like a cover story, or do you think we get like a mini like arc?
So I don't know. I'm still concerned with, you know, what's going to happen with that. I mean, I feel like we're going to need some sort of an Impel Down reversal, and I'm still waiting for the Grand Fleet to do whatever they were prophesized to do. That was a big event. So if there was somebody that was sent to Impel Down that had enough of a connection to the Grand Fleet, then it could be the Grand Fleet that pulls up to Impel Down and starts this breakout. And then that's like, you know, what helps this war. Is it the Revolutionary Army that goes in and does something if Sabo is there? You know, I mean, we know that Sabo isn't there now, but could he get captured? Anything like that. Like, I don't want Sabo to get captured. Still would love it if it ends up being Luffy. You know, Luffy goes there, and then it's like we got the rescue Luffy arc. Whether we get it or not, I still think it would be good for the story.
I had a video before, and I'm not sure where it goes now, but basically I was saying that kind of in a parallel nature, considering what happened to Law, in a lot of ways, I see Law's relation to Luffy kind of like a brother, not necessarily like a brother like Ace, but they're creating like a brotherhood of some sorts. And
Law gets captured and thrown into Impel Down.
And considering that's what happened to Ace after running in with Blackbeard, I don't know, like it doesn't make sense for Blackbeard to kill Law and get his fruit. But if he doesn't kill Law, then what happens to him? Does he not want his fruit? Then I was thinking, like, does he just send him to Impel Down for money or something? Like, it's such a, like, that situation is really weird, and I kind of like ignored ignore this situation with Blackbeard and Law, because it's kind of really confusing what comes out of it. Not in a bad way, just in a way where like I don't know which direction it's gonna go. But what I really liked about the idea of Law getting sent to Impel Down is that the person who's in Impel Down is Doflamingo, and so you would get like Luffy Crocodile was the first duo, like not duo, but like they released together, and Doflamingo is a parallel to Crocodile. He's a post time skip Crocodile, and so you'd get Law and Doflamingo, and you'd get a situation where Law is not afraid of Doflamingo anymore because he's awakened, he's strong, he's on the tier of a Yonko essentially, and he would be able to flex on Doflamingo and then have him break out with him. It wouldn't necessarily, like when I put out that I think it was a TikTok, when I put out that TikTok, it wasn't necessarily like, oh, they'd be friends again. I mean, Luffy and Crocodile aren't friends, they just work together, and there was like some sort of resolution in their plot line. Not a happy, like a resolution doesn't have to be a happy resolution. It's more so Law, on his own, firmly, like essentially putting his foot down on Doflamingo, like Doflamingo did to Law, and then pressing
so
outwards.
I can see all of this. So this makes a lot of sense. So I could see Law getting captured, getting sent to Impel Down, then having to work with all of the Doflamingo family members to escape.
Mm-hmm.
But there needs to be some sort of intervening from an outside force. And the Grand Fleet could still work because they know that Law was allied with Luffy at the same time. So the Grand Fleet could be involved. The other thing, too, is they would probably... It would amp up the importance of the Obi Obi no Mi in terms of they would just be, like, hosting him there for a little bit until they can, have a meet with Emu or something, for the operation or anything like that, or figure out how to farm the fruit, or... That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know if that's the way that it's going to go with just the proximity of everything here. I still would prefer Law, Kobe, and Kuzan having some sort of conversation that leads to sword agenda stuff.
Right.
The only thing here is, what does Blackbeard gain from sending Law to Impel Down? Like, he had something to gain with sending Ace there.
Right. It is confusing because I think the natural default that a lot of the community went to, which is like bizarre to me, that like killing off Law right after Wano like that, like even if it was against Blackbeard, is kind of crazy, and like
Law's not done.
Yeah, exactly. And then so given Blackbeard has a focus on really strong devil fruits, one of the things that baseline told me that like there's no way his fruit's getting extracted, because his fruit was said, like, Law is important for the fruit. Like, Doflamingo needed Law for the fruit to work, because for the fruit to work you need to have medical knowledge. So that's like a gatekeep towards that. You can't just give that devil fruit to anybody. The only person that would make sense to give it to wouldn't be Blackbeard, it'd be Doc Q. But we gave Doc Q, or Oda gave Doc Q, the sick fruit, which is a crazy fruit on its own. But since we can't give him the Opi Opi no Mi, that kind of closes off the idea that Blackbeard cares about Law's fruit, period. And then it's like questioning, like you're saying, what would he gain from anything besides and so the poneglyph seems like the rubbing seemed like to be the focus, but then why would he just give up Law? And I like your point. It's like, the sword agenda, regardless of it being a theory, we do have all the cards in one place, so it would be a beautiful place to segue. Now, something that I was saying, me and Sai, we were talking about this, how Blackbeard might have captured Kobe as a way to test Aokiji's alliance. So because that was one of the introductions we had with Kizaru being with them was with Jesus Burgess, and then that conversation, then Blackbeard saying that he's not to be trusted. Well, a perfect way to test his allegiances would be to threaten Kobe's life in front of Kizaru and see what he does. Oh, not Kizaru, Kuzan, to see what he does. And does Kuzan fold in that moment? Does he swap sides for the sake of Kobe? And then exposing the sword agenda, exposing their alliances. Because if Kuzan actually left the Marines and he had no ties, then why would he care, right? But he probably does have a tie.
See, that would be tough. Because it would definitely show Kuzan's character and a difference between Garp. Because in my head, Garp is the leader of Sword, always has been, and he chose duty over family during Marineford instead of saving Ace. So if Aokiji saves Kobe, he'd be doing what Garp didn't do during Marineford. I think that it all has to tie into the Rocky Port, and I have a video on my channel where I talk about Rocky Port, and that Kuzan is essentially the missing piece of the Rocky Port incident. So, like, he had to have been involved as well.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. That makes sense, though. Like, even just off when you, like, just from a baseline of the factors involved, it would make sense to bring Kuzan there. That might even be where Kuzan essentially joined up. Okay. That's where the video is going. Okay. Woo. Yeah. If someone in the chat could link that video to Randy's Rocky Port video, that'd be nice.
One of the key things that I just always go back to is in Punk Hazard when Nami and Chopper and the kids are running and they see a bunch of frozen Impel Down prisoners like in the walls.
Wait,
you remember this?
Rerun that by me?
So it's right at the beginning of Punk Hazard. It's I think it's right before Law and Smoker start scrapping, but it might be like during that, right before they jump out and then Law switches everybody's hearts. Mm-hmm. They run through this entranceway.
Uh-huh.
Which is the same entranceway that Law walked through, by the way.
Okay.
And in the walls are frozen people, and they're all in striped Impel Down clothing. Frozen in the walls.
Huh.
And, I mean, you might as well bring this panel up.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to say it's chapter 600 and...
Has to be like 60.
I'm going to try... 664.
We tried the same... No way. No, I think this would be around the time, yeah. Okay. Are their personalities swapped already? Oh, they are already swapped by the time they see Brownbeard.
Oh, wait, no. Because Law was 659, 660. So I think it's... I'm going to go 659 and check that.
Okay. I'll check 660. Okay, I see a hallway.
It's a big double page spread.
Dang, you remember there's a double page spread. Okay, maybe it's the top of 660? Is that what I was seeing? I see a hallway, but I don't see the frozen people yet. Chopper, they open up. Oh my goodness. Okay, 660. Wow. Okay. You guys know I usually, like, you say something like this, I remember where it is. I knew the general area of where this would be off of what Randy said, but this is a Mandela effect. I did not recall this, period. This is frozen ones. What are these things?
Yeah, there it is. Corpses? Middle of 660. And it's even better. It's even better in color.
Okay, let me pull it up.
So,
dang, wow. Okay, you guys know the deal. Random stuff popping back up. There's a theory coming along. Oh wow, that's terrifying. Oh, and they're underneath them too. There's like a frozen giant just yo, that's so scary. I'm getting shivers, not because it's cold, because that's scary. Could you imagine being in that room? Oof.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So Law walked through this same way to go out. So he knows that this is here. And this is obviously Kuzan's doing.
Yeah.
Legions of level 6 Impel Down prisoners were released due to the breakout at Impel Down. This was news to Sengoku at the end of the war. Brand new comes up. Hey, buddy, I know that everything was crazy and all of this. But one more thing. All of these prisoners have escaped. So I've always said that the Rocky Port incident is where Law got his 100 pirate hearts.
Oh.
So,
okay.
And that's what, let him become a warlord, right? It makes sense if the 100 pirate hearts were the level 6 escapees. So, this implies to me, until Oda disproves it, that Law and Kuzan are working together. So, and the fact that Kuzan is on his way to Punk Hazard, like, this is all part of, like, Law being in Sword and everything like that. Like, he's on his way to talk to Law.
Right.
And there's no way that Law is walking through this room and not putting together that Kuzan did all of this and everything like this. Like, this is a result of the Rocky Port incident. They rounded up all of the escapees. Kuzan may have froze them. Law took their hearts out, gave the hearts to the government. Kuzan transported all of the bodies here to Punk Hazard, for safekeeping, or maybe as a sign of his ruthlessness or something to Blackbeard as well. But
okay, hold on. There's an interesting thing here, because I don't know if you included this in thing, but one of the biggest questions I guess people had, or I shouldn't speak for people, but why Aokiji showed up at Punk Hazard period, right? Like, he kind of just randomly showed up from my memory, and there was never any explanation for that. And like, this could explain it, but one question would be, if Law took the hearts, then why keep them on ice still, and why not like experiment on them or something? But then also tack onto that, could it be that Aokiji went to Punk Hazard? Wait, hold on, maybe this isn't a thing that he can do. I just realized this. He can freeze people. Can he unfreeze people?
He could probably take it away, but unless they are getting any sort of warmth, it's not probably going to help them.
Yeah, because if Law separated out their hearts are still alive, so then maybe they're still alive. Kuzan freed them so that they could join Blackbeard's pirate crew? That would be kind of interesting.
Well, I also think that these escapees were immediately flocked to Wangju. And
okay, so they were on Rocky Port there, and then Kuzan, they detained them there. What I'm talking about is like after the fact, right? Do you think that this is going to be relevant in the future in any way? Because Impel Down, level 6 Impel Down prison is kind of important, right? It's an easy way to make Blackbeard a lot stronger.
Well, I think it's the way to actually hype up what happened at Rocky Port and just getting Beehive Island back from Wangju. So, if they went and shacked up with him, Blackbeard wanted to get Beehive Island and get him out of there, and the Rocky Port incident was this whole thing to give Wangju a warlord spot, which, by the way, goes into the actual narrative of the real life Wangji.
Okay.
So just gotta like I go into all of that in the video as far as like where his life went and why it makes sense there. But the thing about Kuzan coming to Punk Hazard, it just shows that there's a connection there. You know, it's like, I think that Kuzan, my headcanon is that he was going there to talk about sword business with Law, but because of Luffy's interference and everything, Law had to break the gears too early. And that's why there was no going back. So when Kuzan shows up, it's just kind of like, all right, well, I guess we're on this path now.
Right. Wow, this makes me want to reread Punk Hazard for all these like intricate things that Law probably said here, because that might, one thing that I'm gonna relook at is like the premise of the alliance. That was circumstantial, right? He had no idea that Luffy would show up there, and so
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so oh wow, that Rocky Port. Do you think Rocky Port is a in chapter flashback, or do you think it's a few chapters?
I would hope it's at least one full chapter.
One full chapter.
With with how I mean, we've found out about it like the first 100 chapters of coming back from the time skip. So
yeah, that makes sense. Wow. Yeah, sometimes this happens where like clearly this Buster call is working, because like now you just like hit me with like 4 different things. I'm gonna go watch that video. If you guys haven't seen that video, obviously it's connecting some things, because one thing that I wanna, we're gonna switch gears here in a little bit, but one thing that that kind of happens, a lot of people say like, oh, Par has a video for everything, and truthfully, that's not the case. I don't have, like, a lot of my focus isn't on Rocky Port. I don't think I've mentioned Rocky Port a single time amongst like my hundreds of videos or 100 plus videos.
I'm fascinated by it,
and that's what's awesome, that like you would think that they're like being a content creator, and obviously I haven't been here for that long, but a lot of people have seen how far back in the story I've pulled in, but there's still so many stones left to flip over, not even just like toss and see what's underneath, because like this inclusion here, like I completely forgot about that, and that's one of the things I not necessarily pride myself on, but like it's just like an auto default that I just remember everything that I've seen, and I don't recall this at all. Like even in the anime, I don't like, now I want to see how they show in the anime. Did they just breeze by this in the anime, or did they like focus on how scary this is? Because getting a double spread in the manga means that they had to have like built this up in the anime. I'm gonna rewatch that for sure. But with that, it's like, that's what's cool about the content creators, is I feel like we all have different focuses on what piques our interest, what gets us invigorated, what excites us. And before we hop into the next thing, I think going into the parallels, reverse parallels, I want to talk about Arabasta, because that is something that I have talked about and you have talked about, and we've talked about like completely separately, which is like crazy. But I feel like there's a connection point, especially now with the recent chapters that I want to get into. But before I do that, I want to jump into these super chats and just talk to the chat real quick. We're like about an hour 20 into this stream, and I just want to say thank you guys for being here, all the participation. Let you guys know I am reading the chat. I want to thank the mods for helping me out with the spoilers. So no spoilers in the chat. I know spoilers are out. I don't know if the full ones are there. Me and Randy do not read the spoilers. Thanks to the chat, the mods, Fable, thank you. I've not seen any spoilers, but if you guys tuned in late, I think I'm going to start just leaving this up on my main channel. I'm not sure exactly, but I also have a second channel where I typically post up these. But given how YouTube restructured how lives work with the subscription stuff, I might just start keeping them on my main channel. And again, thank you guys for all the super chats and the bits. if we don't get to all of them now, I will get to all of them by the end of the stream, and we'll have a full conversation about them there. And before I hop into the next, to the next topic, we'll read some of the super chats and then read out some of the chats. So Randy, if you see any chats that you want to shout out or discuss real quick, let me know. But before that, do have some $100 super chats that I left hanging. Fable, for sure. This is one thing that I did want to include before we got swept away, was that he said, for kids, One Piece rap is still peak One Piece. And I know a lot of people feel that way, and I feel that way, because truthfully, as goofy as it sounds, 4Kids did do one thing right in terms of marketing the anime at the time, because all the anime started out with raps for some reason on like the Saturday mornings. And I don't know, maybe it was just like we were talking about the LimeWire generation. They just knew that we were into raps, and that is what hooked me into One Piece. As embarrassing as it is, I would listen to the raps before the thing, and I'm like, oh, this one's fire, let's watch it. And all of them were pretty, cheesy, but I was a kid, so they were good. And the 4Kids rap was great. I feel like if you were an adult and you were introduced to the 4Kids rap, it wouldn't hit the same way as being a kid, and you just hear Chopper's doctoring and stuff like that, and like it's just funny, but it had a flow to it, and you were just like, damn, this is fun,
They had to get to Chopper's doctoring. That wasn't the original version.
True. That wasn't the original version, but like it had me hooked. And I saw some of the chats. Par on that yayo hype. You know it. That was the sauce. I'm not gonna lie. You could catch me. I don't even remember. It was at elementary school or middle school. I don't remember what timeline. You could catch me humming some of the raps. You could hear me on the yayo hype. So it incepted my brain. And though they changed Laboon to an iceberg, and I don't know what other atrocities they committed along the way, but it's probably safer to just not remember it for now. And the Laboon iceberg one is crazy, because they also just insta-killed the iceberg. If you remember, like you said, they just wanted to get to Chopper as fast as possible. So they just, when Luffy shot the cannon at Laboon, and Laboon was like unfazed or whatever, instead the iceberg just got no-diffed, and one cannonball completely obliterated the iceberg, which is just hilarious to me. But yeah, so thank you Fable again for that super chat. We got Tyrone, sweet talking, bringing back the table vibes. Don't listen to Fable, he lies. I don't know if Fable and El Baffy are one and the same, but agreed.
Never seen them in the same room.
Yep. And then we got a bunch of bits. Let me look through them, and then some of them might fit into the conversation later. So Matt Cypher 10-bit says, we still need to talk about why only Yamato has red horns, and about the gravity of the Yami Yami no Mi. So that doesn't necessarily fit. I see where you're connecting that, Matt Cypher, because I have the Oni video explaining Big Mom's amnesia. It is an interesting thing, because like we still don't have, like, until these Vivre cards are out with like Black Maria and Ulti, we don't know if their horns are their horns, or like I think Sasaki, his horns are part of his hat. And we don't know if, I think Who's Who in the past, when he was part of CP9, he had the horns. So we don't know the context of the horns, but that is something that I was like discussing in that video. Interesting if the red part has some context there.
It's a weird congruity between his entire crew. It's just like, wow, he managed to just collect all of these people with horns. Okay.
Yeah, and so if you guys haven't seen the video, basically I was saying is that Onis, we were introduced as Onis as Kaido's an Oni, and Yamato's an Oni princess essentially, and we see horns, and we see, like, he's a bit bigger and he's stronger and all that stuff, and he drinks a lot. But the point of that video is that there might be more Onis than just the horned ones. The Onis, even in Japanese folklore, are very diverse, and they're, you know, more so than the humans in One Piece. And that might also explain why humans have a large variety in the One Piece verse. Onis, I think, are going to play a huge factor in the end stage. It's not going to be this breeze by thing. And that also might be why we had to skip some of Kaido's backstory and some of Yamato's backstory, because Yamato's backstory might give us details about, you know, her origins and why she's important and all that stuff. Because, you know, we don't even know if she's full-blooded Oni, but like she probably is, but we don't know the context of what a full-blooded Oni would be. And so there, I'm excited to find out. Maybe Vegapunk tells us. That would be interesting, right? With the Kuma special races stuff. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's see. Time Lord with the bit says, what moment in the series do you believe to be underrated yet powerful? Personally, no one talks about it much anymore, but I still think Kuma splitting up the Straw Hats is such a powerful moment of futility for Luffy. Oh, I talk about that. Especially with the bubble thing they did in the anime. Oh yeah, they did that bubble scene really, really strong. It's a powerful moment for sure. Do you have a moment, Randy, off the top of your head?
Oh man. I mean, I'm just thinking back to that bubble moment now. Yeah, I still remember when that chapter came out, and my like just jaw was on the floor, like, what is going on? And then, of course, Oda went on a 2-week break.
The anime, I have to look back. The anime did the same thing where it was like, I thought it was over. Like, I was like, wait, One Piece is done, and I just like in like shock. Sitting, I think it was in my college dorm or something, and I was just like, wait, I wasn't expecting One Piece to end this weekend. I was just shook, and I think like somebody like checked on me. They're like, Par, are you okay? And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. The bubble sound effect too of it popping, I was like, it's over. It's over. And I think there was a break in the anime too, which is like, Oda, why you gotta do me like that? That was definitely one of those moments. People don't, you know, they talk about how like, yeah, that was a powerful one for Luffy, for sure. Time Lord with the other bits says, One Piece is like that one bite of episode of a SpongeBob. People dislike it on principle, and then once they take a bite, soon they've eaten everything it has to offer. So we're saying One Piece is a devil fruit itself, right? Like, you know, the first taste might be sour, but when you get the devil fruit power, it feels great. And being a current manga reader of One Piece, you feel powerful, because it's like, you know, imagine watching all of One Piece after the One Piece is revealed. Imagine being like that. That's crazy. I definitely wouldn't want to be on that end of the stick, for sure. Matt Cypher says, next time Luffy goes to Impel Down, Bon Clay is escaping and Luffy will liberate everyone locked away. So, you know, now that I said the law thing, do you think that there's a world? I mean, going back to baseline, like Luffy returning to Impel Down himself, is that, in terms of possibilities, how possible is that for you?
My thing is that I just love the idea of the crew working together to show what their captain means to them, and going out of their way, and you know, having I just thought it would be fun. Like, we had an entire saga where we did not have the crew, we were only with Luffy, and I would love an entire saga where, you know, or just an arc or two where there is no Luffy, it's just the crew, and they have to figure out how they're going to, you know, operate without him, and then go and get him back. And then now this character that is all about liberation, that has been liberating islands, liberating people, all of these people would then come together, you know, in the final war to rescue Luffy. Ultimately, he would get out ahead of time to, you know, be the person that actually is the, you know, the key to liberating the world and all of that. But it's a great way for everything to come full circle in the world, to kind of give back to this guy that doesn't think he's a hero but has been a hero.
Yeah.
So there's a beautiful poetry to it, but and we also get like crew interactions that I'm desperately needing, and a little injection of drama. But will it happen Will Oda do it? Will he be able to leave Luffy alone? That's the question. Now, if Vegapunk actually was evil, and needed Luffy to learn about gigantification and things like that, then, there could have been an avenue for that. Vegapunk, other than Lilith, seems to be good. So it seems like we're going to go from here and we're going to go straight to Elbaf, if not the moon or, something. But Elbaf seems very likely, coming up in the near future here. And then it just kind of, it's like maybe it's whatever happens at Elbaf that gets us there is the question, I guess.
Right. Which, that takes us to the next bit, actually. But there's while you were talking, I had a cracked idea of why Law going there would be kind of crazy. If one of the... I don't even think this is a theory, but we'll head back to that in a second. Which Time Lord asks, Randy, what would you expect the Amazon Lily parallel arc to be? Full-Led, Elbaf, Sphinx. I feel like Elbaf can't be short like Amazon Lily, though. Do you think there has to be an Amazon Lily parallel?
I mean, I would love for something to just be, randomly inserted. Just throw it in there. Not everything necessarily needs to be like one-to-one, because it's not. And theoretically, we haven't had the Davy backfight parallel as well. So there's other things that need to happen. And I mean, Elbaf more than anything is going to parallel Little Garden, because we're going to have a lot of those characters back.
Right.
And it's going to be, restructuring Usopp's dream and realizing that. Elbaf could be the Marineford if Oda wants to go there. And that the final war and everything else could be its own new thing that's not necessarily a parallel of anything. But I don't know. I see we had this massive tragedy that kicked off the end of the first half of the story. Everybody getting split up. And then it was just this sort of roller coaster ride that, even though it took 2 years in real time, it was it's very fast paced, especially when you go and you reread it, rewatch it. It never stops. It's just Luffy is on this mission and everything, and then until it halts, and then now we're in the time skip. I feel like at some point that gas is going to have to get hit, and Egghead seems like that could be a proper place to do that.
Right.
So we could get a situation where now Kuma, who seems to be on his way to protect his daughter, because I believe that he is connected to the Seraphim Kuma, and overheard Cypher Pole here say that they're going to kill Bonnie. So he was like, not my daughter, and he's going over there. So there's opportunity to have the real Kuma involved in this arc. The Uranus, Lelucia machine could play a factor, where Egghead is to be erased and everything like that, and they have to, do a mass exodus off of this island. And there's different ways that we could do it, or everything plays out normally, and then it's the Reverie itself that is the tragedy.
Yeah.
And then when we're finally reunited with Vivi and Elbaf or whatever, she's the one that gives us that story, and then the true archipelago inversion and everything was from the Straw Hat that wasn't involved in the original version.
Right. Yeah, no, that wow, that makes, yeah, all that made. Chat knows when I parlag hits, my brain is racing, can't even form thoughts. What I was gonna say is the whole, Vivi's role in this, because it's even if you wanted to parallel Marineford in a type of way. Like who would be the ace in that regard? And it's like it's difficult to find like a perfect match of something that would fit that gravity. And even like Ace had his own like self not hatred, but for lack of better words, like he kind of was just like, I did this to myself, like I kind of accept this, stop doing that. And that's where I kind of wanted to segue with the whole Vivi situation, because Vivi, we don't know her situation at all, period. Like you said, Sabo doesn't seem to be captured, and prior to that, you know, Kuma separating them is one thing, but something that Vegapunk in a throwaway line kind of said that he was dabbling in time space warping. It could be possible that he himself, like, I like what you said though, because I feel like a lot of people assume or are running to the thing that Vegapunk is saying he's gonna die, or is afraid of Lucci, of the CP0 coming along. But that makes no sense to me, and I've talked about this separately, and I'm glad that we came to that like similar consensus that like Vegapunk is probably running from a Leloucia event where he's predicting that he's gonna get Leloucia'd, and that creates an interesting situation with the CP0, because I was like, oh, maybe like they were sent there to be erased as well along with Egghead. But because based off the dialogue with Vegapunk, he's saying like, can I get off the island? It's not, Luffy, protect me from the guy you beat a few hundred chapters ago. Like, you have your Yonko crew, defend me, protect me. It's nothing like that. It's like, get me off this island. So the focus is the island is going to be attacked. And so like you're saying, they need to have a mass exodus, unless they're somehow able to prevent that from happening, which we can't. I don't know how you prevent a Leloucia type of event, other than preventing the whatever mechanism from firing. But with that time space warp thing, like, I think in your 1067 you were saying that you don't feel like Vegapunk could die in this arc. Maybe he dies later with the Elbaf thing. But I was thinking like maybe Vegapunk takes the role of Kuma in this situation, and he stays and he sends everybody off, and he gives everybody their last bits of information. Frankie, Luffy, everyone, he gives them the last bits, so kind of to tie off Vegapunk's character, because his character is way too cumbersome, I guess, for everything, because you're gonna, like, if you keep Vegapunk within the story and then like you come into a conflict that like reasonably Vegapunk could resolve just on his own, you're gonna have so many people like, Vegapunk's still alive, he could just fix that, he could just make something, he could just do something. So I feel like for more ways than one, you have to just take him out of the story. And it might be that the Kuma's situation, however that resolves, he continues, but Vegapunk is the one who's like, Bonnie, here's the thing about Kuma. Frankie, here's Pluton and whatever. And Luffy, this is Will of D or whatever. Like, all Robin, this is the Ohara stuff. He sends that off, and then he's ultimately ended with Egghead. But again, it lines up with a lot of what you're saying. It's just separating out with what Vegapunk's role in the story would be.
So I think that there is and I mentioned it in that video as well, that there is a possibility that Vegapunk, imparts information, downloads it almost into, like medical knowledge to Chopper, or like, the McDonald's that he wants to build to Frankie, and even the internet as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be, instrumental in disseminating the truth about the Void history once they get to Laugh-Tale. Like, they're going to have to do that. And then weather stuff, Tanami, like, there's so much that each of these Straw Hats can learn from Vegapunk, and we also still need to know, the truth behind everybody getting sent away in during the archipelago in the first place, because there was already data on the Straw Hats and where they needed to go for what they needed to learn. So it's like, was Vegapunk the one who did that research and then, figured out what all of that was and was in communication with Kuma to do that? And then it's like, okay, now that, you've gotten to this point in your journey and everything, here's your AP course, and then it's... But at the same time, writing-wise, that's a cop-out. Like, could Oda do it? Yeah, but it's just narrative vomit. You know, like if he downloads it into people, or if he just like hands a manila folder to everybody or a clipboard, and then they all get to the Sunny, and like Luffy's just like, oh wow, I'm a Zoan, guys. Like that's not going to hit as much.
True.
But I do like the idea of Vegapunk being the one to send everybody away, especially if he was able to isolate that aspect of Kuma's ability. You know, because he was already experimenting on Kuma. So if the warping isn't necessarily Van Auger's fruit, but is actually Kuma's, pawing or whatever, and then he has some machine that essentially paws the same way that he's built.
I was actually thinking that in that instance, it reminded me of the parallel from Punk Hazard, where he was half inside of the robot that was made of a previous person, and on Punk Hazard, Kinemon was stuck in the dragon made by Vegapunk, and who did that? It was Law. And so now that we know that all the warlords are, considering we got Jinbei who's amongst the warlords would seem like the most hesitant of interacting with the world government, period. Considering he got Jinbei, I would imagine Law would also be up for grabs as well, and it might be Law's power or a combination of powers. But when you think about Law's power, Law is there's a time-space warping element of it that would create a situation where he's like half inside of a robot and still be fine, essentially. And one way or the other, yeah, I agree with you on the cop-out thing. Something that I was saying to Roger's base, I think you guys talked about the Order 66 thing, which if you guys want to find out, go check out, like, I think you and Roger talked more about it on that stream, or check out the stream I had with Roger's base. I think it's on his channel where we talked about it. We won't be able to get in like full details here because there's a lot of things to talk about. But what I was saying is that essentially for Order 66 to happen, there's like a command of some sort. And so it could be like what I was saying to Roger's base, it would be like a funny thing, if not funny, but sentimental thing, where it's like the information that Vegapunk is giving to everybody is not the full information, and like whether he's cut off too early or whether the information itself is incomplete and the Straw Hats have to complete it themselves, because we understand that Vegapunk doesn't have the Void Century history. He has conjectures about what happened, but he doesn't know the full stuff. So he has the stepping stones towards it, and it's not like the Straw Hats are going to sit down and read the Library of Ohara, like all that information, though that would be really funny to see Luffy go through a school arc, but that's that's not gonna happen. But like the down,
that's a nap arc for him.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting because with how Vegapunk is, because I feel like he has to go. I love him. I love the character. I love what he's introduced. I love how much he's sped up the story. And he was always going to be the catalyst, but even in like my wildest dreams, I didn't think that he'd be like everything that everyone said all combined and more. And like as an example, like before we got the core Vegapunk reveal, before we got the core Vegapunk reveal, I was like, like none of the clones look like Einstein. Oh no. And then the next chapter he looked like Einstein. I was like, oh my god, Oda did it. And like I didn't think, because at that point I thought like whatever the main Vegapunk was, it was gonna just be the brain and everything was delegated out. I didn't know that he could just chop off his brain and still operate with an apple on his head with an antenna. And that's again to the note that somehow Oda does what you're gonna think, but also like makes you wrong somehow still, like because I was like, oh no, we don't get Einstein, but he's like, oh, we got Einstein and you were right about the thing, but you were also wrong about the thing.
And we got Daft Vegapunk as well.
Yeah, Daft. And if you guys didn't see the cosplay for it,
I did see that.
Thanks to my wife, she did it in a single day. Just gave her the picture and she was like, boom. And I was like, no way. No way. But that was definitely a dope thing. If maybe someone could pull the tweet for it where there's a picture, though my wife doesn't like that tweet and I haven't put up the pictures of our cosplay. But this brings us to where I wanted to direct us to. Now we talked about the parallels and the histories and all that stuff, like of the future stuff where we are currently. Something that I've been pulling for a long time on my videos is from chapter 99 at the top of the page. Let me pull it up so the stream can see it. It's the very, very top. I always thought this was going to be important, and this is also why it makes sense why you have the frame that you have of the parallels and all that stuff. Oda told us that parallels are important. He said, legends that endure in the future were events that took place in the distant past. And so for me, that line has always struck me, that like the entire story of One Piece that we've been watching, we're not going to get a void century. We're not going to get all of the thing like slapped in our face and it's a completely new story. No, it's gonna be the story we've seen, just in a different font. Like Castro said earlier, it's gonna be history repeats itself, but it rhymes. We're gonna see Luffy as Joy Boy. It's not gonna be one-to-one, but it's gonna be very reminiscent of it. So we'll be able to and having that foundation of 1,000+ chapters of One Piece, it'll make the Void Century a lot more digestible as a new story, because it'll remind us of, hey, this was Punk Hazard, this was Impel Down, this was Marineford, all of that stuff. But there's a few things that I think is a question that I don't know if you've answered previously, because obviously my history with One Piece community in general is very short. Is a question my chat knows that I've made a Void Century video, a Pluton video relating to Arabasta, a few videos tying to Arabasta, Nolan video here and there. But the one question that still remains is Arabasta's involvement in the Void Century, given that they were given a poneglyph, they were part of the Celestial Dragons, but they didn't step up to the Holy Land, and now Vivi's obviously a very prominent part of the story. She's prominent at the beginning, she's prominent at the end. It makes sense, and I'm curious to know what you think the parallel of Arabasta would be to current, if there is one, or do you think Arabasta is going to be a completely fresh version of One Piece in the Void Century?
So the way I see it is, I mean, there's really, there's two ways that it goes. Either the first ruler of Alabasta, Vivi's grandfather, 13 spots removed, because Cobra is like the 12th ruler of Alabasta, or the 13th.
No way you remember that. Oh my god, that's crazy.
And so he's either a douche that was just aligned up with the the world government, or he was someone who was conned. Or I guess the third thing was that he was a double agent the whole time, but kind of had to be like, well, hey, you guys are gonna die anyway, and I gotta protect my own. I'll feed you guys information and all that, and I'll help you guys out. But I think it's, no matter what that king was, or is in that timeline, the key thing, and why I expect Vivi and Elbaf as well, is she needs to learn about all of this, because I think the rest of her story is a redemption arc for her country.
Got it.
So I've always seen, like, people be like, what would her dream be and everything like that, and it'd be like, really, to fix the world. So, but if she finds out about her own country's involvement and everything, and the maybe the rest of the kings and everything saw what happened and became more sympathetic over time, to the point where you get Cobra, a country as its people and everything like that. His whole MO and everything was, he wanted to repair, what was done as well. Vivi has that opportunity with the Straw Hats to go to Laugh Tale to learn the true history, and then be part of, and be maybe the vocator of this information. Where it's like, she's the diplomat. So Frankie could set up the internet for Vivi's voice to be heard all across the globe, which would be a callback to Luffy when he catches Vivi after riding him from Pell, when she says, my voice couldn't reach you guys, and it's like, we heard your voice just fine. Now her voice, just like we had at the end of Arabasta, her being the voice for her own country and everything, she could be that voice for the world, telling everybody what the history was, outing the government, setting herself up as the rightful new ruler, head of state, to put the government back in its place.
Right.
In a good government with a marine system that's led by Kobe and Smoker and Fujitora, and everybody else is an Impel Down. But I just thought of that now. But I mean, like, it lines up so well, and I need the queen back.
Yeah. I agree with you with the whole Vivi's arc. I think is, again, like, redemption for her country, but the past of it, like the kings, that might, when I was thinking of like, how could Ace be paralleled in Vivi, it could be that Vivi feels like so burdened by her ancestors' atrocities that she wants to take ownership of it, and how she takes ownership of it is something that, like, Luffy or somebody like revives in her, and it's like, you don't overcome this, what happened in the past, by giving up. You change it, you do that, and that doesn't sound like Vivi doesn't sound like a character that would be faced with that and then give up, but that lends itself to how grave of, like, how terrible the Void Century history for Arabasta could be. And some things that I want to throw your way, where, like, I have like a future video, and it's not a video, like a thing that I was thinking about. So there was like two things. Obviously, one thing with, like, one of the mysteries of One Piece, and Oda said he's gonna solve all the mysteries, and we still haven't gotten this one yet, and it doesn't need to be solved, but it would make sense if it were already shown to us, and that was Emerald City. So that was told to us by Bellamy in Jaya, with El Dorado, Emerald City, One Piece, right? And something that kind of, like, was interesting to me was that Arabasta is this giant, like, sand place, but it doesn't necessarily have to always be like that. Even in the current story, they said it used to be green, and it was affected by, the story Crocodile Dance Powder, whatever, and it dried out. That being said, they have a city called Aramalu, and I was thinking about it, I was like, wait a second. I was in a phone call with Dax and Hidden, I believe, and we realized that Aramalu is just the Japanese way to say emerald, and it might be that Arabasta was the Emerald City. It could have been a completely green country, and the parallel might be that the way it turned into Arabasta was from the use of dance powder. It might be that the history of dance powder was Arabasta's to begin with, and it could be that the original kings, they were the ones who used that. And I don't know how that would play into the future of this stuff, but, like, something that I think we talked about is at the end of the Arabasta arc, Vivi sort of, like, unintentionally, not confirmed, commands the rain. Like, the rain comes from her shouting. They give the whole whoosh effect. Her screams reach the clouds and miles up. Then it starts raining out of nowhere. And given that history exists, do you like, and now that, like, I think a lot of people were going to Lelucia being Uranus, but you were saying that it was like mechanized. I think that it's like some kind of mechanism. And do you think that was Uranus, or do you think Vivi's Uranus?
I think that all ancient weapons have to be sentient in some way until proven otherwise. So, like, even when they refer to Pluton, they talk about waking it up as if it, has its own will.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like until I see what Pluton is, like, I don't know, it's like it always made sense for me that Zunisha was an ancient weapon.
Right.
Because it's like you have sea kings, that would be a land king, and then now you would have some sort of a sky king. And then whatever happened to Lelucia was like this, gigantic
sky
bird
king type of
thing or whatever that,
okay,
or dragon,
yeah,
and that what happened to Lelucia was like just a bunch of like gigantic Borobreths. It's hard to it's hard to say, because it's like once you set up one pattern for three things, it's hard to
break it.
It's hard to break it. It's like you're not going to have Shirahoshi, who's human fishman, and then control fish, and then tell me that one of the other ancient weapons is a ship, and then I mean it has to be like you've set a pattern now,
right?
So now, could Oda break it? Absolutely, but he has too many other patterns in the story for me to think otherwise. So while I do think it's Uranus, I don't necessarily know how to classify it other than what I just said.
And you think that there might be someone who could command them, similar to Shirahoshi commands that. Pluton might have a commander of some sort. Uranus has a commander of some sort, right?
Yeah, and Darkest Timeline would be that's Vivi. And I've always been a proponent of Vivi, being one of the ancient weapons because of how she made it rain. And some people don't believe in that and all of that, but I mean, I tell people all the time, if you go back and you look at the way that Oda drew Vivi in that panel, and then when Shirahoshi unlocked her ability, it is drawn exactly the same way. There are parallels there for a reason.
Everything's there. I talked about that on that One Piece talk, and shout outs to them. They were in the stream earlier, but exactly. And that, so I'm glad you say that, because I feel like with the recent chapters, people have pulled away from the Vivi sentiment, whereas for me, I've thought about other things, but Vivi still makes the most sense to give some kind of end game power to that degree. And the reason why I'm saying this is, walking into this conversation, if Arabasta was in Void Century flipped, what if there was a Vivi that at the end of Arabasta she did go and the crew was Joy Boy, and so that's why they were the traitors, because the monarch at the time, instead of staying with the thing, they went with Joy Boy essentially, and that's why they became a traitor, and that would flip the ending of what happened here. It's kind of interesting because what I was saying earlier, I forget which chapter,
or just so I don't forget this, is if we go off the point that Arabasta was the Emerald Kingdom,
mm-hmm.
What if the prior Uranus, the pre-Vivi, was responsible for keeping it green by making it rain?
Oh.
And then by leaving and then not having another Uranus for all that time, Arabasta dried up. And then Vivi has unlocked the ability but doesn't know how to use it.
Okay, and then so again, that would also create a parallel where it's like Uranus, just like Poseidon, is passed down through lineage, right? Yeah, that would also work out too. And like on that note, like I know there was a few people who, I forget where I brought it. Oh, it was in my actually I forget where it was, but they were saying that it could be that you could get a full parallel, not a reverse parallel, and a crocodile the Crocodile of the Void Century actually succeeded in wiping Arabasta, and like that's another way it could go. But I like what you said with the Uranus thing, because it creates the value in Uranus there, like how powerful it is.
And maybe it was something where it was like that particular character felt like their ability to make it rain shouldn't have been solely kept on this one island, so they went to travel and give other people rain and crops and all this kind of stuff, and by doing so they doomed their own island because of the climate. I don't know, I'm just going off of that Emerald City thing, which I do like. Zoda.
The other thing that would like is the parallel for me. It's weird because it doesn't really affect the Straw Hats, but it does kind of reflect like the pirate structure that Oda has, where again, I forget which chapter just made. I said in my chapter reaction or chapter review, where I was saying that like you were saying, all the ancient weapons are people, and they control a greater mechanism, and the naming scheme of the ancient weapons is so weird because I feel like this happens with history, is especially if you don't write it down, you don't record it, you lose the context. That's the whole point of the Void Century. You lost the context of everything because we don't have it. And it could be, considering how tied the ancient weapons are to Joy Boy, and Joy Boy's tied to the ancient kingdom, for example, the ancient weapons were probably just Joy Boy's commanders. Just like how Kaido has the 3 calamities. If you we King, Queen, and Jack, but their calamities, they were the drought, the wildfire, and the plague. Fast forward 800 years, you lose the thing, but you keep the names plague, wildfire, or I forget the conflagration or whatever, more scary than wildfire, and then the drought, right? If you just heard those, and like you said, those are the calamities, you would not, like for plague, for example, you would not imagine a ball that turns into a dinosaur with a mecha arm. Like you wouldn't imagine Queen. You would imagine this monstrous thing, similar to how Poseidon's like this thing that can sink the world. You wouldn't imagine Shirahoshi necessarily. And so it might be that the context was lost and the ancient weapons were just the commanders, similar to how the world government demonizes the ancient kingdom, demonizes Joy Boy, demonizes the ancient weapons. And so the VV of the Void Century left with Joy Boy, and that's why the kingdom was essentially marked as traitors or something like that. I feel like there is something working there, and it's interesting because like do you see like a route where that makes sense, where the ancient weapons were just the commanders?
I mean, there's a possibility for that. I mean, it's within the same realm that they're all people.
Yeah.
And then they just have a conduit. They have something that they control, something that only moves or operates when they are involved. So, like, and it's just pattern based. It's just Shirahoshi is a conduit for the Sea Kings. So, I believe every ancient weapon is conduit and then something that they control. So it's just, we just need to find out what that is. And it made sense at the time, Momo and Zunisha, but we're not there now, but it could still be Momo and then whatever is underneath Wano.
Right.
And then the darkest timeline is that Vivi is captured and is being manipulated and used to control whatever Uranus is for Emu. Now, that's not the timeline that I want. It makes sense in the term of all these theories and everything like that. Hypes Vivi up, but I want Vivi with the crew. But there is that possibility where the person that has, that cares about every single life and everything like that may have been manipulated by Im to destroy life in Lulusia. And that's why something like this wasn't used on Ohara, because Im didn't have conduit yet. They either weren't born. I mean, in the case of Vivi, they weren't born. So it was too early for that. So they had to buster call. But now, if they're utilizing Vivi, or they, have this weapon or anything in it, whether Vivi's involved or not, I think that this is just it's a recent acquisition for the government.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, I think yeah, that alone lends itself to the idea that VV is. Yeah, one thing that is interesting is because I think that Lelucia was decided as the light to be erased in that chapter 908, I believe. And at that time, was VV already acquired, or did they just assume that they were going to get VV? Was that always in the cards? We do know. No, I don't know if Cobra met with them already. But regardless, I think what your point overall is like, to address the people who are like, why hasn't Emu done this ever before? Well, one, we don't know if Emu hasn't, or the world government hasn't. In my Nolan video, I talked about how the knock-up streams could be that, since that also followed a Reverie. If you follow the timeline, you check the Nolan video for that. Ohara, there's a lot of context as to why they, we still have to learn about the Ohara situation, because they just didn't even read the books. I don't know if they just didn't care. You mentioned it too, that they're just like dumb or something. Like, I don't know what to do. Hopefully that be explained. But from what we know, Emu has never done this before, unless God Valley, and the thing that changed was Vivi being there. And the Emu thing that you brought up is a perfect segue, because I know you don't like dabbling into the theories relating to like the One Piece or what the laugh tale is and all that jazz. But with Emu, do you have any feelings about Emu? I know a lot of people already assume Emu's a female, and the reason why I say that is, what do you think about Emu's connection to maybe the Nefertari, Vivi? Some people think that could be the original Nefertari, like possibly something related to that, and maybe related to Uranus, something like that. Do you have any feelings about what Emu's identity is?
I think that Emu, the way that Oda is shrouding them makes me believe that Emu is going to look like one of the various creatures that we saw on the moon.
Okay.
And I mean, even the posture, like, kind of makes it seem that way. So it's just, and that's why they're bowing to this person, because they're from the moon. So I don't necessarily know if they're male or female. My inkling is that they are male.
Okay.
And otherwise, I don't think Luffy would have I don't think Oda would have Luffy's final, aggressive opponent be a woman. I don't think too much about Emu's identity and all of that. I mean, I do ascribe to the idea that they've been around since the Void history. I mean, the Void century. It just makes sense. It just feels right.
Mm-hmm.
Just pulling the strings and all of this. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I ask is because, like, along with the Shirahoshi Vivi thing, we get, if Vivi is actually it, then something that I laughed about was like, maybe it's not Momo, maybe it's Hiyori, because then it's following a princess theme, right? Like, the princesses are important, and truthfully, that has been a theme throughout the entire story. Luffy liberates princesses, essentially, which is anime trope through and through, except One Piece adds a little spice to it that doesn't make it feel like, as not just telegraph, but as what would be cookie cutter, as some other animes and fiction does that. And along with the parallels, I was thinking, like, Emu is ripe for being someone who was wronged during the Void Century. And I'm almost thinking, like, what if Emu was a princess that wasn't liberated? And the one thing that I was kind of like, I just thought about this in the shower actually before the stream, was technically Bonnie is another princess that Luffy's going to have to do something large in terms of liberating, and now we're in the last saga, so that kind of means that Bonnie is the princess of the last saga. And I wonder, since we know that she's for some reason wanted by the world government, like obviously the age stuff plays in there, and I was wondering, like, is there a world where Emu is actually connected to Bonnie in some way? Or and you know, say that, and then I'll ask a different version of the question afterwards. I'm wondering if you have any stock in Bonnie being an important princess of the story. Larger than Egghead, larger than the Kuma Egghead situation.
I mean, it depends on how involved Oda wants to get with the, you know, sorbet storyline. But considering how pervasive Kuma is throughout the story, I could see Bonnie being a tag along for a little bit as well.
Gotcha.
Because otherwise, unless Kuma survives, and then Bonnie just, you know, leaves with Kuma at the end of all of this, I don't know. It's kind of tough. We're gonna have to see what happens to Kuma first. If Kuma dies, sacrifices himself, or anything like that, it doesn't seem like Bonnie has a crew, so she may just, you know, align with the Straw Hats, not join, but, you know, align herself. She could be, you know, we already know the government wants to kill her or has an interest in her fruit, so Straw Hats protecting her makes sense.
Yeah. So let me hit you with the shower thought now. That was not the shower thought. Let me put it on the big screen, because I was thinking in the shower and I was like, I have to think about this more. But then I was like, damn, I only have 10 minutes to think about this before we stream. But so there's like a few things, and this might actually be a video that I exclusive for the people here. Thank you guys again. There's so many people still here showing support, and we'll get to the super chats. We'll get to the bits. I'll get to all of them. I just want to I'm reading the chat. I'm loving all your thoughts. And we'll definitely talk to the chat very soon. So the thing that I was thinking about was, I was thinking that Emu could be a parallel of Bonnie. Or not just that, I think Emu could be all the princesses essentially combined, even Robin to a certain extent. Now, the way this makes sense to me, I was thinking, like, what if Bonnie never had resolution with Vegapunk, right? Vegapunk's doing all these grand, awesome things, but Vegapunk did to Kuma. If Vegapunk never is able to explain that to Bonnie, Bonnie would hate him. It doesn't matter how advanced, how good, whatever he's doing, the punk records that can solve all the world problems, the aircon, whatever, it doesn't matter because of what he did to Kuma. And if that's never explained, never given context, Bonnie would never have a resolution, never forgive Vegapunk. And the reason why I think that might parallel is the kind of hatred for the ancient kingdom. The ancient kingdom is touted to be more advanced than whatever we've seen from Vegapunk, possibly solving the world problems. But what if they went a little too far and Emu was the Bonnie that had their Kuma be experimented on? And so what that allows for is, if the legendary Iron Giant, which parallels Kuma, because Kuma is called a pacifista, and I like that name because the Iron Giant is a pacifist. It doesn't like fighting. And so I was like, oh wow, that's like a Void Century parallel from pacifista to legendary Iron Giant. It could have been any name. And so we always wonder, why wasn't the Iron Giant destroyed? Why wasn't it taken care of when it invaded the Holy Land? What if it's tied to Emu, and Emu actually cares about that thing and couldn't destroy it because the ancient kingdom essentially bastardized their version of Kuma? And that's why Emu hates the ancient kingdom, because they're the Bonnie that never got the Vegapunk explanation. And that might be why we're getting Bonnie's explanation at the very beginning of the last saga, and we're gonna go to the end where it's like, yeah, if Bonnie never gets the explanation, it's kind of messed up. And so if we get to the end and then they see that Emu's father figure was this giant, that also plays into like Robin's role with Saul, and I don't even know how many different ones, but I feel like Emu might be the combination of all of the princesses we have seen all in one character. And if you think about it like that, that would make sense why if you took all of the princess's traumas and put it all into one person, yeah, I would hate the Ancient Kingdom too. You know what I mean? Like if they were truthfully the people who unintentionally perpetuated the trauma that Imu had. That's what I'm kind of, that was a shower thought, like literally an hour ago.
So I get where you're coming from, you know, and it's, you know, it's kind of like I had I wrote a spec Terminator script a few years back that I was trying to shop around, and one of the like key opening plot threads was that it was taking place in the future, where now a John Connor is basically trying to avoid the butterfly effect. You know, he thinks everything that he does could either kill him or, you know, change the timeline to a point where he doesn't exist. So in doing so, when he, you know, and this is all prior to the events of the actual script, but we find out that he had met someone that looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then sold him out to Skynet because he needed that human to become the face that needed to go back in time.
Right.
So, and in doing so, the relative of the real Arnold is the villain of the, you know, of the resistance at that point. So it's kind of like the same.
That. Wow, that's a blast from the past. Oh God.
Well, that was something that I wrote. And yeah, not like actually like what happens in the story, but in that I could see where you're coming from, where it's like there was someone that was close to Im that was experimented on by the Ancient Kingdom, and then they're upset about that. Either way, it may not even be something so immensely personal. It may just we may get a character that is just evil.
Huh. Yeah, you just mind blown me with the part where, because like what you said felt so perfect for the story that I thought I just missed it, and I was just too young when I watched Terminator, because I watched it as a kid, and I was like, that's probably something I just missed. And then you said that you wrote that, I was like, wait. So you're leaning towards Imu just being straight out evil. Just, do you think that
I think it's jealousy. I think it's jealousy. I think it's going to parallel more Orochi. So like Orochi's rise to, I think that's going to be like sort of a microcosm of what we're going to get with Imu, in the way that he was like, you know, the false shogun, you know, also Enel as like a false god, and then Imu is going to be that to like the highest level that it could possibly be. So to the point where they may have even been a vizier to the original king of the Ancient Kingdom, but swooped in and, you know, Trojan horse the Ancient Kingdom, set all of this up to put themselves into power because they just didn't like where that king was going with everything. Maybe they sent out false claims that the king was a madman, that he was going to use all of this technology against everyone else. And then that's where everybody kind of like gets together, and then Arabasta may have figured out the truth and realized, like, you know, they had a conversation off to the side with the king and realized that no, this Imu character is going around and making stuff up. And it's like it was too late for them to back out, so then they just try to make up for it in the back end. And so I see more of a situation like that, where where Imu probably was part of the Ancient Kingdom and then was just jealous that they weren't in control, so they fabricated the entire world so that they were in control.
Now, when you say, like, you know, at the start you said like more similar to Orochi, but even Orochi had justifications for the path that he took, right? But like Higurashi was actually the person who put Orochi on that path, because he experienced the atrocities that he did, and he just assumed that, you know, the Kozuki and the leadership were correct in what they were correct to a certain extent. Yes, he was hunted down, but he didn't have the evil. He was just trying to survive from prior to Higurashi. Then when Higurashi told him the details of what happened, and I say details in like quotes because it goes to what you're saying of like, it may not be the full truth of what happened. It was a false truth, essentially. There's probably truth there, but it was falsified to incentivize Orochi to go down the path. And are you saying that Imu would be the Orochi or the Higurashi of that? And I ask that because a lot of people, I think this is like a hive mentality thing, something that connects the One Piece community to the One Piece records, if you will, is a constant where we see with the Mane Mane no Mi in the current timeline that was used to overthrow Arabasta, or attempt to. In the post time skip timeline, Wano was not current timeline, but 20 years prior, it was used to overthrow Wano. Do you think that in terms of what's it called, what you're saying about, you know, misguiding people, do you think the Mane Mane no Mi was involved, and do you think Imu was the Higurashi or the Orochi in that situation?
For Oda to do it 3 times, you know, we'll see, but I mean, it's possible that he could bring that all back around. Maybe this time it won't be the Mane Mane, but it's the Katarina Devon fruit.
Yeah, which makes sense lore-wise, because the fox is usually like that.
I mean, I see Imu as the Orochi that grows into a Higurashi. You know, so like, okay, it's a better version of Orochi, whereas Orochi never really grew up, like just was conniving and everything like that, and then just kind of felt complacent with everything that was going on. And then Higurashi came in and gave that jump. Yeah. But it's like, Higurashi is someone that took action. So it's like, it's more so that, or maybe they were just the Higurashi that acted like Orochi. So where it was all an act from the beginning, and they took action from the start.
Right. Okay.
So it's just, you have to kind of figure out the relationship there. And if they, I mean, Oda dabbles into, mythology and religion and all that stuff, and there's a lot of things that could be brought up if the king and Imu were related or brothers or something like that, and then it was this rivalry of who was actually supposed to take the throne, and it's like, well, maybe they were twins, but he was a second older, so his entire life he was just upset that he could never get the throne because he was a second younger.
Right.
So he resented his, it could be something as simple as that when it comes to Oda.
And that's what's crazy here, is because like that thing, someone in the chat said like, I think Joy Boy and Imu could have been brothers, and like you're saying, like there's the somehow we're this far into the story and we can't reasonably close in on like a defined set of possibilities, like it, like, not to spoil Pokemon, the recent game, but like Pokemon's plot is kind of, I never played Black and White, but you can figure out the plot, especially if you're a One Piece viewer, reader, watcher. If you couldn't figure out the plot like halfway through the thing, I don't know, like no offense to anybody, but it's just like, it's kind of there, whereas here we're like, we're
keep in mind, part they want 6-year-olds to play that game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying I know that, but like like we're at the last saga and we still don't have any inkling of like of anything regarding Emu. Like we can't even lock down the gender, you know what I mean? Like we can't lock down the lineage. There's still an argument to be had. Are they from the Void Century? Do we know that, or were they after the Void Century? Like there's still so many dang par shooting shots. I mean, I'm enjoying the game. You guys want to see me play it on Twitch? I probably beat the game tomorrow, or if not tonight, depends on how ridiculous I want to be. But circling back to the One Piece thing, yeah, like I think
it's like when I was playing Arceus, anybody that was in my Twitch streams, I was like literally skipping through the story and making my own story up. I was just like, I'm just here to catch Pokemon and give them wacky nicknames. That's all I'm here for.
Yeah, and I'm sure you probably
and get drip
figured out the plot anyways, like, or you created a better version of it, and it was just like, you know, by the end of the final boss, you're like, it should have been like this would have been way better. But I think like overall, there's one last thing. I mean, I had you watch the Moon video to talk a little bit about it, but I like it's so cool to see how like, you know, going back to the whole recycling thing, like on my Strong World video, I talked about how Strong World was Oda sandboxing the plot for the time skip, where, you know, instead of a Sanji retrieval arc, we got a Nami retrieval arc. Instead of, you know, a Yonko, it was a Yonko-esque character, Shiki. Instead of a Caesar playing the role there, it was Dr. Indigo 1-to-1. And then instead of Smile Fruits, it was the SIQ. There was like so many different things where you just like pull them apart and you're just like, wait a second, this is this arc, this is this arc. This is Oda sandboxing the entire time skip up until Kaido getting defeated within Strong World. And
yeah, I've always thought that Kaido was that Shiki was the template for Kaido.
Yeah, I mean, King of Beasts, like, he was a lion, so it's like the king.
Yeah, like I think in his, you know, early notes, and I've said this before, you know, even going back a few years, I believe that if Oda wasn't going to make Strong World, he would have had like either Shiki's design be Kaido, or just not have Kaido and just have Shiki be one of the emperors.
It would have made the story more concise as well.
Yeah.
I like the way it went. You know. Yeah, and with the Strong World thing, like a comment that I got, not like a lot because people like the video, but they were kind of more upset. Not upset, that's not the right word, but they were, let's just use the word upset. They were upset that I was happy and praising Oda for what they paraphrased as recycling plot. And meaning, and I didn't see it as recycling plot. Again, it's like history repeats itself, but it rhymes. It's that, but in different font. As long as it's done well, why wouldn't I enjoy it? And I'm curious because, like, you know, the entire stream, if you viewed up until this point, you can see how, yeah, like parallels and reversals, that might be your frame, but you also have a way, like, how many times in the stream did I like pause and like digest everything you said because it made so much sense. It sounded great, beautiful, right? I mean, you just hit me with the Terminator version of like something you made up, and I just accept it as reality because that's how great it was. And I'm curious what your take is on the people who have that mindset, especially with One Piece in terms of recycling plot, because I like the way Oda's doing it.
I always defend One Piece and the way that Oda is structuring things, because Oda he's not just making a story, he's trying to make the story. Like he's making something that, you know, needs to be taught in schools 100 years from now, and where there can be essays, you know, and we're already doing video essays on, you know, just the way these things parallel each other, the way things go back, you know, like reading chapter 500 weekly and then going back to chapter 19 and seeing that Oda had, some guy punching Buggy and Shanks that also had the same beard, and was able to bring that back 500 chapters later. Like, that kind of stuff is just, it's so amazing. And then, but to invert everything, what you're going to have is actually like this yin and yang, the post time skip and the pre time skip. They're going to fit together, and they're going to be two very reminiscent halves of each other. The way that One Piece begins is likely the way that it's going to end, and different elements and everything are going to get flipped and turned on their head. Why? Because that's the way that he's designed it. That's the way that he wants it to be. So it's, and at that rate, if it was to be a perfect, half, he may be trying to end the story, by chapter 1204 or something. But I think he's going to go a little bit longer than that. But, if it was exactly the same amount of chapters on each side, which is a very, Oda thing to do, and to manipulate the story so that it all fits into, that tight package. Anybody that is upset with the recycling, that's upset with the inversions, if it was any other author and they were, like, if each arc or whatever was exactly the same beats, Straw Hats come to an island, meet Princess, save Princess, beat the bad guy, and it's like, for a lot of arcs post Arabasta, you really could just break it down to that and make it that simple, right? But it's the fact that Oda peppers in all of those other extra layers, gives every island its own political system, these very intricated flashbacks and everything. He has a pattern that works. But what other inferior writers would do is they would just not really switch things up and not try to challenge themselves to try and, like, okay, I've done this same thing, but how do I make it different?
Right.
How do I switch this up? And it's, I don't know. But we also have the benefit of One Piece being so long.
Yeah. I think to me, and this is a question that, like you were saying, like, I think it's a sentiment amongst the creators, the people who are so passionate enough that they're making these video essays, essentially, that this is something that is going to be studied. I mean, I've already heard from a few creators that their college classrooms have One Piece topics in there, or they're being discussed, which is, like, mind-blowing to me, because, like, growing up, I never expected, like, an anime or manga to ever reach that realm of public education or that kind of thing.
One Piece defies all of that to me. I don't even look at it as it is a anime and a manga. I look at it as, like, it is the modern epic of our time, and we are here for the Iliad as it's being written in real time, and we can talk about it as it's happening.
And there's so much to Oda, right? Like, I know we say Goda, I know we say, like, he's an alien, I know we say all these things. Maybe he's just straight up Vegapunk, like, he has his own punk records. I don't know what it is, but at the end of the day, he is human. I think we have to, like, I think he would be upset at us if we started, like, bowing, if we saw Oda did a reveal and was like, Goda, like, he'd be like, that's gross, you know what I mean? But do you think that, like, all the stuff that we talked about, even if, like, the parallels that we talked about, even if we're right, like, even if our theories are right, do you think that Oda intended all of these like connections and parallels? Was that the design, or is that a coincidence to, like, because you know, sometimes when you do a really great job, when you're masterful at your craft, there are coincidences, sure, but that's more a testament to your masterful craft. But then on the other end, do you think that, I guess the question is, do you think that all of it was effort? Like Oda was like detailing all these things, oh, this religion, this context, I'm gonna rewrite Enies Lobby, Arabasta, all this stuff into this thing and make it meaningful here? Or do you think it was like a coincidence that we see the different paths that we see to create our theories? And again, the point is like, if we're, even if our theories are right, do you think Oda uses that, or do you think it's like a Kinemon situation where he's just sitting there like, yep, that's exactly what I intended?
Us to think it's that, but no. Oda's got notebooks on notebooks on notebooks. He plans everything out. He knows what the ending of the story is. Is every arc that we've been to a part of his original plan? Absolutely not. Is every character in the story part of the original plan? No. The story has molded and grown just as most stories do. You know, when you're writing something, you may have a avenue for a character to go, but as you start, you know, like I've written dialogue for characters and I'm just like, you know what, I actually like this character, I'm going to put them in more things, more scenes. I'm going to make this character more they have something more to do. But it's also, if you know, like Oda, he makes so many nuanced characters that the story can almost write itself because he has so many characters to do some of the heavy lifting for him. Now, previous saga and everything got a little bloated with how many characters there were, and you know, I think that that's one of the issues. I think that I feel like Oda had a plan to do Wano, but a lot of things changed and stretched things out. And I feel like where we are right now in the story is back to Oda's original notebooks. You know?
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of things changed during the Wano saga and everything for him, and he was going a little off book. And there might have been editor pressure and everything like that, but this Vegapunk stuff, Kuma, Bonnie, everything, this is stuff that was set up in the pre-time skip. So he's back on track in that sense. What Oda wanted to do was try and tell like an open, you know, beginning, middle, and end story about, you know, these samurai. And he originally was only going to have 4 of them, and it was essentially Kinemon, Raizo, Denjiro, and I think Izo, really, or you know, maybe Kiku. And it ballooned into having 7 of them, and then, you know, I mean, and then 9 of them, and then, you know, and just continued to become all of this to the point where I say it all the time, but I don't even think Yamato was a character that was in any of his early notes or anything. It was something that was just shoehorned into the arc, and that's why we didn't see Denjiro for 38 chapters. It's why Marco essentially did nothing in Wano, and it's because the original plan was for Denjiro, who was set up in Act 1 and 2, to be that protector for Momo throughout Wano, for Marco to be that person that holds off Kaido while Luffy comes back. But you know, there might have been pressure. We need new merch, we need a new female, we need this, and Oda creates Yamato, and then it's like, and the story kind of loses a little bit of its focus. So there's elements that, you know, that kind of stuff happens. It happens with movies as well. Studios get in the way and they want to make alterations and everything like that. You know, Warner Brothers is one of the biggest, you know, examples of this, and how they messed with the DC franchise, you know, and it's at the end of the day, everything is a business. You know, they looked at a movie like Batman vs. Superman, which was 3 hours and 3 hours and 17 minutes, whatever it was. And they were like, hey, you know what? Make this 2 hours and 30 minutes long. Because if you make it 2 hours and 30 minutes long, even though you've cut it and edited and made a 3 hour and 9 minute movie or whatever, we're going to be able to get one more showing a day, and we're going to make way more money just by having that 40 minutes removed from the film. And because of that, Warner Brothers created the downfall of everything that they could have possibly created. And that happens with movies, it happens with TV shows. You have things like Stranger Things. You know, in the very first season, they were supposed to what's that kid's name?
Will?
No, the older kid.
Like
The funny one. The goofy one.
Oh, man, you're talking about the one that was with Dustin, right? Like
the one that's with Dustin. Yeah.
I forget.
So anyway, he was supposed to die in the first season. And like and it was actually Will's dad was supposed to be the person that comes and saves everybody at the end of the first season. And Will's dad was supposed to become a bigger part of the story. But because of how well that actor tested, the way he interacted and meshed with the crew, meshed with the cast and everything, they were like, you know what? We're going to make this character bigger. We're going to do this. These things happen behind the scenes. Cutting in and out?
Yeah, I think the audio is staying, but the video is cutting out. So I was watching that while we were going. Let me see.
I can't remember the character's name, but the actor is Joe Keery. So anyway, he was...
It's good. Here, let me just close out on this thing real quick, and then it should be good. Give me a second, Randy. Sorry about that.
Ugh.
Yeah, it seems like Twitch, the audio... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Seems like the audio stays... I don't know if you guys can hear me, but the audio say... Steve! Video's frozen on par, giving Randy hungry eyes. No vid, just picture. Okay, so it's skipping... That's so weird and random. Like, the stream was fine this entire time. Nothing changed. Okay, so... Let me try this too. We don't need this necessarily. Okay. I haven't gotten a notification in a little bit, so we should be good. Alright. Puppy eyes. Hey, that's a good frame to freeze it on. I think the Twitch side, because I can upload the Twitch one if it's super bad, but Twitch is saying unstable right now. Randy looks scared. Oh god. Video's frozen still? Is it still frozen? Audio's perfect. Wait, you got... Is it... It shouldn't still be frozen for you guys. Video and audio? Oh god. This is a bad freeze frame. Oh no. Two favorites. Love to see it. At least you can hear me. Let me know if the video comes back, because Streamlabs is saying everything's fine. Still frozen. What? Is it a streaming thing? But my internet's fine. Oh, let's see. Okay, internet's fine. Oh, got skipped frames. Okay. Let me... Yeah, Randy went invisible. Let's close out on these. It's good now? Twitch is bad? I can see and hear you. Okay, so then did we return? We're fine. Taking screenshots of all these cursed frames. Send it to me in the Discord, Fable. Now it's okay? It just synced up? Alright, we're back. I just want to say thank you guys for being here. There's a lot of super chats we gotta get through. So Randy was just talking about the Stranger Things thing and how, you know, writers change things along the way, and then putting the context with Oda, discussing about how, you know, how Oda might not have had the final plan, but he had the plan, and we're finally on to that plan, and that's why it feels so good and different. Don't make eye contact like that. We can see our lips flapping now. Thank you. I'm glad they're flapping. Your beard is coming through just fine. Appreciate it. Thank you for pointing it out and complimenting me. But yeah, we got Randy back. The invisible Randy is back.
Chair piece is real.
Chair piece is real.
Did we fix the audio thing?
Yeah. Audio, I think, was clear for the most part on the Twitch side, but then there was a full freeze, like for maybe like a minute. But it should be good now. It should be good.
Gotcha. Anyway, it was just a long-winded way of talking about like industry interference, and that Oda isn't immune to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, most of what we see of Law in the story is, pressure. Oda created Law, and then, like 10 or 15 chapters after the character was created, they held a popularity poll in which the character, who had essentially done next to nothing so far, ended up in the top 10. And then that shows like, oh, well, people want to see more of this character. Well, this character wasn't, essentially in my notes or whatever, but he becomes one of the most prolific characters in the series and one of the most vital in the post-time skip era. It's widely said, whether it's true or not, that Roger being Ace's dad was a last-minute suggestion from an editor. So it's like, that wasn't the initial plan going into Marineford, going into Impel Down. But someone said, hey, what if he was Gold Roger's son? And then you just think about where that, changes everything. And that's why we have this like weird thing with Portgas de Rouge holding a child in their stomach for longer than an average person holds a baby for term, because it wasn't in Oda's original timeline notes.
Interesting.
So things,
I didn't know that.
Oda's not immune to these things.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely interesting, because like, a lot of people want writers to be or the story to be perfect, but like,
Fable wanted a pants check. Yes, I'm wearing pants, Fable.
Why do we need a pants check in this conversation? The pants check thing started after Oda, was testing the community with No Nut November. Prior to it, all the female drops, we even got female Law, so I started pants checking everyone. I forget if I came into your stream and did that, but some streamers pass, some streamers fail, is all I'm gonna say. You guys can look back and see which ones failed. But what we're talking about with like Oda and creating this work, and like you're saying, it transcends the medium, it transcends anything that we've really seen, because even if you compare it to the epics that we study in public schools, it wasn't like they had weekly drops for like Shakespeare wasn't out here dropping his scripts weekly, chapter by chapter, and like having a worldwide connection of being able to, Oda says he's not on the internet, but he's on the internet. I'm sure he faces the criticism here and there. I mean, even the Strong World story was he was brought on to write a movie. It wasn't Strong World, but he was brought on to write a movie because morale was down in the studio, and the main director was like, Oda, we need you to boost up the things, like things aren't going good right now. And so he came in for that. And it's like I don't think Shakespeare ever had to deal with anything like that. I don't think like any of the epic writers had to deal with any of that. So it's like, even in that context, Oda's doing something like we have never seen before. And on top of that, there's so many concepts within the story that reflect real life. And one of them that I think the most recent one is the punk records thing. And it sounds crazy, but I've been like, one of my earliest videos was the mind rope thing, that I think that I had to read this out before I get into it. That One Piece talk came in, they outed themselves as Larry, specifically the streamer that failed the pants check that stream. He failed it so bad, he said that his there was a thud on his desk. Like, bro, why did you need to say that on the stream? He said, $10 super chat, appreciate you. He said, we failed No Nut November 2 hours in when those chapters dropped. Good to see you guys back at it. Much love, that One Piece talk. I'm glad they were lurking to out themselves because I wasn't gonna do it, but they did it. But going
All right,
back,
guys.
going back to the thing, it's like the mind rope thing, right? Oda created the punk records in with Vegapunk and said like the world would be a better place. Everyone would be, it would be more, not better place, that's not right, but like it'd be more advanced. We'd be more connected. We have the internet and all that stuff. But the concept of punk records is essentially like telepathy, right? And that's something that I said, like, again, mind rope long time ago. Like, by now we could talk about Film Red. We could talk about Film Red. I'm if you guys haven't seen Film Red, you guys should go watch it. But there is mind rope confirmed in there with the Usopp scene, and so that I didn't expect it to be like that, but I said that in the future we'd get, like, I thought it was gonna be Shanks, and I think that in the chapter where Shanks was leaving or was at Wano and he sent his Conqueror's Haki thing, I said that was mind rope. And here we have this Vegapunk situation where he created this like punk records that is like accumulation of everyone's knowledge, whoever's connected to it. And if you guys haven't seen my moon video yet, basically, and Randy has seen it, is essentially saying that if everything's paralleled, if everything that we see in the future is something that existed in the past, then similarly all of the stuff that Vegapunk is talking about, this is possible in the future. Why wouldn't that exist in the past, especially if he's saying the ancient kingdom was more advanced? And so one of the syntheses from that was, if punk records exist in our timeline, one thing that I'm going to add I'm going to restructure this video and remake it. One of the things that Vegapunk says in the officials, it says, my brain is the largest brain that is currently growing. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting line that you added, currently growing, because then you could say that there is a brain that is larger, it's just not currently growing. And the point in that video was that it's the moon. The moon might be that. And if that sounds crazy to you, go watch that moon video, because the thing, and I think the reason why, one of my favorite points to it, and I won't spoil the future ones, but I mentioned in the video, was that the idea is that the moon is something that everybody sees in the entire world. They can all connect to it once a day. The best time for them to connect to it is while they sleep. I'm not seeing what's happening in the chat. I'm just going to continue trucking along. But the moon...
Larry's being
crazy. I'm
very,
assuming...
very, very extra. Very extra.
What's it called? The moon being the ancient king, the way the ancient kingdom was more advanced than Vegapunk was that everybody was connected. And so the reason why I like that a lot is because if the moon was all this memories that everyone connected to, we actually have a race within the One Piece world that does that, and that is the Minks. The Minks, who are arguably one of the more ancient races, especially since they're excluded from it, and they're on a place that's easy to see the moon. But the Sulong, when they go into Sulong form, they look at the moon and remember ancient memories that allow them to access the feral Sulong form that they have. And so that is an example of how the moon actually allows people to connect to that memory. And there's a lot of things I'm going to add to that video, but this overall thing is that point about what Oda's trying to do outside of the story. We don't have to talk too much about it here, but like, I feel like One Piece, the story, the manga, is Oda's punk records in a lot of ways, where it's like how many times in this stream where you just said like a few words and I just already tapped into what you were ending with, or I said that and you already finished it, and then there's people in the chat that like already do that. And like, in a lot of ways, the manga is creating this stockpile of memories for us that we are all, whether it's the story itself or it's the streams, like your streams have, like the Savage Crew, they have their own version of that, where it's like the heat on feet, all these things, where it's like you say one thing and I know who's a Randy fan, who's a Cole fan, who's a Brago fan. It's like Oda's creating this medium that's somehow replicating the punk records. As fantastical as that sounds, it's happening. Like, we saw that how many times in the stream, and it's just kind of like, you know, to end like our conversation regarding all of this, it's like Oda is somehow Vegapunk in this and that, and I'm curious to know right now that we got Vegapunk, we learned a little bit about Shanks. He said that he's like Shanks. We talked a little bit about Emu. Do you think that Oda replicated these end stage people as himself? Like, he is Vegapunk? Like, I think a lot of people think that there's 6 Odas. A lot of people think that he's as mastermind like as Shanks. Who knows if the story behind Emu is something that Oda shares? Like, do you have a feeling about how Oda replicated himself within the story, and that's something that a lot of writers would do in the first place?
I love that idea that Oda is using the rumors about him with Vegapunk, and in that case, I would say that at that rate, Shaka is the closest to Oda in the entire story, then, because he's a recluse and he doesn't show his face.
So you don't think we'll ever get a Shaka reveal then?
Oh, you think we're gonna get Shaka to take off his mask? Nah.
No. Okay. But you were saying, yeah, that makes sense. Shaka. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I didn't even think, like, while I was asking this question, I didn't think you'd say Shaka, but that just makes so much more sense. Oh man, this is exactly what I'm talking about. How it's like the Oda created a punk record within the story where you just said Shaka and my brain just fired, and I feel like I tapped into everything that you were thinking about it. And I think that's the experience with the chat too. And like, now, yeah, I think, wow, like this is a great conversation to have. I feel like we went full circle for so many different things. There was something I wanted to bring about CP0, but to amp up the energy, but we didn't even need that. The amp up. Started in a fun place, we ended in a fun place. Now I know we have a bunch of super chats and bits, and we went to like 3 hours ish. So Randy, do you have time to sit through the super chats, or you want to head out sometime soon? Seems like you're having fun with the chat though.
Sometime soon.
Okay.
Soon. Right. Because I know Mars just got up.
Ooh, gotcha.
But and Chrissy's still not feeling great. But I mean, I still got a little bit here.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see.
So we'll go through the chat. I don't know if I want to catch up on what Larry's been spouting out. I'll see it in the VODs. But to before I get into the super chats, before we talk to the chat,
you have to finish the description though.
Wait, what description?
For the video.
Wait, which video?
This video.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm lost. Sorry.
You have a different YouTuber's name in the description of the video.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
No, we're gonna close you out very, very soon. Yeah. That's I was like, wait, what did I miss? Oh no. Yeah, so what I was with that in mind, right? Like with Randy being here, I wanted to point out, like, you guys all in the chat, like, are creating these memories that are irreplaceable. I think a lot of you guys that are tuning in, it's like, just talking about this, I feel like outside looking in, like my wife sits there and is like, how are they talking about One Piece for this long? And then like, DJ Itch says, Par's getting deep this stream. And it's like, I think like that is One Piece is as deep as you want it to be. And I think that naturally we gravitate towards diving in as far in as, oh, it says I'm D King in the stream. Really? Does it? Oh wait, I edited that out. Oh geez, okay, I'll fix that. Does it say on the Twitch or does it say on the YouTube? Because I'm seeing it says Randy Troy right here.
Title says it,
but Zach's name is in the description.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me, because for me
Buster
it says
Call
Buster
Guest.
Call Guest Randy Troy. Wait,
You
what?
might need to hit save.
No, it's there. It's saved. Hold on. Let me show you. This is crazy. How do I fix that then?
Yeah.
If it maybe when I like post it up, I'll just have to like resave it. Let me.
I just refreshed. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's all good.
No. It's just funny because I'm just like, wait, what? I have the thing because I. Oh, that's the one. Can you see this? It says Randy right there. It's probably too blurry. Let me see if I zoom in. Let's say, yeah, it says Buster Call Guest Randy Troy. And it says saved. It says saved. I'm clicking on it. What is YouTube has been messing with me, bro. Like I don't know what it is because the stream was fine for like 2 hours and then it randomly started crapping out. It didn't do anything. Yeah, that is the YouTube description. That is what I see for the description. That's so weird. Okay, hold on. I could share the screen on the thing, but I'll fix it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So apparently I'm the best I'm D King cosplayer in the world.
Which is funny because that's what me and Sai are doing on his we do collabs every week, and recently we just started. I think last week I was Randy Troy and he was Rogers Base or something like that, or he was Rogers Base, and we were just memeing, joking, that kind of thing. So I was like, wait, is Sai here? Did he start this? Like, what happened? I was confused, but honestly, sometimes we could I feel like Randy would be one of the best One Piece YouTubers to be able to imitate other One Piece YouTubers. Oh, you did do that in your first Reverie. You did that to Joy Boy, didn't you? Where Joy Boy didn't say his intro, and then you were like, "Hey YouTube,
YouTube, Troy Boy here."
That's pretty funny. No,
the setup for that is what makes that joke work.
Yeah, that was.
It was just like he was just so like, all right, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna do it. And then they were like, all right, you want to introduce yourself, Randy?
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
That's what happened. Hidden Island and me, we did like a One Piece draft for like crews that would make it to Laugh Day or whatever. And I was gonna do Visionary.
Oh yeah, I turned into a little bit of that.
Yeah, it was fun. I was gonna name mine the Visionary Pirates, but I went with something dumb. And then Hidden Island was just like, well, if you're not taking the Visionary Pirates, I am. And I was like, wait, how are you gonna take Visionary Pirates? So yeah, he took my moniker. It would be the equivalent if I just took Savage Crew and you were in the thing. And
that was savage.
Yeah,
Props
very
to,
savage.
Props to Hidden.
Yeah. Hidden's goated. I think he was here earlier. He might be lurking, but yeah, like I again, like that goes back to the whole mind rope thing, what Oda's doing here. And if you guys watch my like latest video that I just posted today, I talk about like how my videos are kind of like poneglyphs. I think all the creators, everybody's, even the Reddit posts, they're like poneglyphs in a way, where it's like if you don't know One Piece, they're not the same language. Like my brother, he supports my channel, but he doesn't know One Piece, so he clicks on my videos, he like tries to listen, hears the opening quote, and he's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but you sound so interesting. And it's like, I guess it's like Roger hearing the voice of all things but like not understanding the context of stuff. And it's like, one way or the other, Oda's doing this magnificent thing where we're recreating the story and the story is being reenacted in real life. Hockey's the thing. I think everybody references, celebrities, One Piece YouTubers, people in the chat flexing Conquers hockey, willpower in general. But then also this, like, not hive mind, that's kind of like a negative way to say it, but like this kind of like, no better way to just say it. It's like a community record where all of us are going to have a different take on One Piece, a different feel of One Piece that sparks memories. Law's sword, regardless of that, if I see Law and sword together in any part in the future, years ahead, I'm just gonna think Randy. Like, you know what I mean? Someone's gonna see a mushroom and someone's gonna say that's Vanderdecken. Like that's like the mind rope that like I can't thank the chat enough for helping me create, like being a part of the community, coming in, being welcomed. The Savage Crew was one of the first like communities to really like wholeheartedly just like give me a big hug whenever I hop. I think to the point where I hopped on your stream and they were like, get Par on the call. That was our first like impromptu collab. And you know, just wanna, you know, thank the chat, thank everyone who's supporting. Thank you, Randy, for being here, for sharing the conversation, for creating this mind rope, and being you know, really supportive and helpful as well. Like all the times we've talked, all the times we met in person, which is one time, but I'm sure hopefully we can do it again, even though.
Hey, but several times in one day for many hours.
True, very, very true. It was a whole journey that day for sure. And so before we end the super chats, before, you know, I don't want to, people might tune out for the super chats. Randy, let them know what you're doing, where you are, and how you do it, your vibe.
Hey, like, comment, subscribe if you're feeling the vibe over at Randy Troy. We got that one piece for the low. So come on over. We stream on Fridays, and we've got theories. We've got fantastic community, the Savage Crew, the Savage Pirates, and gotta love it. We're apparently going to be hosting the next Reverie, so get in early.
You can still put your stocks in. I think Randy is looking for mods. No, I'm joking. I don't know if you're looking for mods, but your mods are already pretty strong, so don't think you need that many more for. Actually, maybe for Reverie you'd probably need a lot more. Never mind.
I mean, it's going to be the first time that they're really going to have to work, I think.
Yeah, are you going to name commanders your first commander? Oh, Chrissy's your first commander, right?
Yeah, Chrissy's like co-captain.
Co-captain. Okay.
Yeah, no. Ty is definitely the first commander.
Okay. Is Eddie Heartthrob your Brook, your musician?
Oh, for sure.
Nice.
I'm just waiting for the live action to come out, so I'll actually, like, you know, watch One Piece and, you know, get a little bit into it.
Right. All right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, if you guys aren't subscribed,
Abel, early spoilers here. Yeah, we don't cover spoiler content, but we do predictions that
are super accurate sometimes, like savage to a savage point. Chrissy's our 5-star general. Chrissy's would be like the Zoro, right? Like if Luffy left the crew, Zoro's the captain, essentially, right?
Yeah,
that works. But yeah, I mean, if you guys aren't subscribed yet to Randy, I mean, the Reverie's coming around, and you're gonna want to see that. So definitely, like Randy was saying, put the stocks in early, right? Even though technically it's a little late. He just got his 100th chapter review, guys. What are you guys doing? You guys are super late. I have the excuse because I've only been here for a year. Like I'm still like kind of like a newborn baby here. But
and you're killing it.
Thank you. And so now we'll just go through some of the super chats, and Randy, if you see any chats, let me know, and then if you like need to clock out, head out, let me know, and we'll say our final goodbye, part ways on the sea, because as we talked about before, we end up collabing so often that indirectly that we don't end up actually we just end up on the same island. We don't meet each other on the sea. That's kind of what happens.
But I'm glad, you know, that we were able to do this. This is the first time that I'm here on your channel. You know, and then you know, just like, you know, like we were talking, you know, I just had Roger on my channel for the first time, you know, and he couldn't believe it because we've, you know, all collapsed so much, either, you know, one way or another,
right?
Different channels. So, but I appreciate you having me on. I appreciate you, you know, having me be the, you know, the voice of all things guest before your new guest arrives. And, you know,
joining
Much
the dad club very, very soon.
Yep. I want to see some emojis in the chat, celebrations and things like that, and in honor of Par, because who knows, it could be any day now.
Very, very true. That's why we squeezed this in on a Tuesday, because it's like Randy's the only person, not only person, but like he's been through this very recently, where it's like at this point I have to cancel some things. You know what I mean? So the moment the kid comes, that's the priority, and
they decide.
Yeah, exactly. They're the captain of the ship for a good while, for a decent while.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife chimed in, said 18 years to be exact, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'll give him that many years at the helm of the ship, but until they can speak on their own, they can be the captain. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the emojis come in now.
Yeah.
No, I'm excited for you, man. It's a fun journey.
Yeah, it's almost like everyone said, like, as a YouTuber, hitting like 10K is like paradise, right? And then like the new world is much, much harder. I feel like the baby coming in terms of real world, that's like the new world version of like everything before that's paradise, and then the new world's gonna be fun, it's gonna be great, but it's still as difficult as the new world vibe compared to the paradise. So it's gonna be a journey that I wanted to take for a while, so looking forward to
it. Life begins and alters at that moment. There's an interesting movie I think it's called About Time, and it's about like this guy who can time travel in a really weird way, but the key rule of it all is that once you have children, you can't time travel before that point, because you can actually change everything, and you may come back and now you have a daughter instead of a son. So it's like you can change anything before you have children, but then once you have children, you can only go back and change things that have happened after that. And life does change in an amazing way.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta ride the waves of the ocean, right? Like, it's gonna come, and it's gonna be, and I think it's even funnier because like the whole thing, like the meaning of the title of the stream is multifaceted. Repeating history, talked about that in One Piece, but then also history is literally rhyming, because like Randy, Reverie, Kid, like buckled down with the YouTube stuff. That's what I was doing earlier. Then when the kid came down, things slowed down, but the Savage crew probably got immensely stronger, and now history again is rhyming, and now I'm that version of Randy essentially in this timeline 2 years later. So it's pretty fun. Another moment of like One Piece transcending itself in a larger way. And history repeats itself is an obvious thing that a lot of stories play out, but One Piece is playing it out in a magnificent way for sure. Yeah. But yeah, let me get into these super chats, and yeah, let's try to power through some of these things. Matt Cypher, first one, 10 bits. It says, "Who's who has white horns? His helm." Oh, and this is I also like doing this, by the way, for the guys who are here the entire stream. I like saving some of them for the very end, because then it's kind of like we go through what we talked about in the entire stream just like naturally, and revisit some of the things we talked about, because I completely forgot we talked about Onis in that regard. But he's asked, who's who has white horns? His helmet, which covers his horns, now are red. Almost every other horn character has white horns, but Yamato has red horns from childhood. Yeah. That's like, is that just something Oda just did for colors, or like, just to emphasize Yamato just a little bit extra? I don't know. But then again, it's like apparently Oda has this thing that I still haven't like looked at all, which is his design for Big Mom, his concept art, apparently can tell us about God Valley. And I've stared at that for a good like 30 minutes, just that single page, and I was like, yeah, there's nothing here that tells me anything about God Valley. I don't know. Have you looked at that concept art, Randy, at all?
Which particular concept art?
It was like the last one where he drew Big Mom with like a different outfit or something, and then in the text here, I'll pull it up on the side.
This is official.
It was the Road to Laugh Tale. It was in the Road to Laugh Tale at the.
Oh, in the Road to Laugh Tale.
Yeah. Let me see if I.
I mean, I skimmed through that stuff. I was a little disappointed with the Road to Laugh Tale.
It wasn't made for us. It was made for the less hardcore, not the content creators, which kind of makes sense. He wouldn't make it for us. He's scared of us. Technically, he came out right and said he's scared of the people, the YouTubers, because some of them are kind of close, and that is something that he actually said in interviews. So I don't blame him. I don't blame him for not making this geared towards us. But yeah, here's.
I remember the alternate hybrid Kaido and thinking, man, that would have been so much better.
Oh, that's a point at the end of the Celestial Dragons Are Fish video, was saying that he might. So if dragons are fish and we have dragon fishmen, which don't exist currently, but if there's a devil fruit saying that fish dragons, so that means there should be a fish, which means that a high fishman race could be dragons, and it could be the Celestial Dragons. And so, you guys haven't seen that video, go watch it. But I was saying that maybe Oda saved that hybrid form of Kaido because it's actually right here now that I think about it, because that's what Eam looks like, with the long neck and everything, like this dope form of Kaido. So that could be a cool reason why he saved it, because if he's saving for Eam, I'm down for that. So
if he's actually a dragon, he's Celestial Dragon. I like that. I like that. I mean, that it goes back to what I was talking to Roger about. We were getting into God Valley. We were getting into a bunch of stuff, and I was telling him my thoughts on, in general, that I think that Rock's, his intentions were good, and I think that there may have even been a betrayal from Kaido while he was there. So it's like the context clues. There's a lot of lines, even in Kaido's flashback, and different things that show him as like a world government sympathizer.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if he turned on Rocks at the last minute when he ate his fruit, and like maybe the Celestial Dragons kneeled to him when he transformed, and then he realized like, oh wait, like I actually like these guys.
Yeah, God Valley. That's gonna be, if you were to put your finger on it, how many chapters is God Valley? Is it an arc?
2.5 pages.
Two and a half. Oh, I was like, no, wait. You're not being serious, right? I would cry.
No,
I would cry.
I would cry too.
Yeah,
I would cry too.
2.5 pages. It would have to be like 2.5 pages, but the panels are so small, you have to use a magnifying glass so he can fit everything in there. Oh man, God Valley is gonna be exciting. Better question: how far from God Valley do you think we are?
I don't think we're going to learn about God Valley until like we're really in the mix with the Celestial Dragons and the Void history and all of that. I think that there's too much end game level material that's going to be told there. Yeah. I think there's a lot of stuff that Roger is going to be told by Rocks, which is what's going to inspire his journey. After 40 years on the sea, finally he decides to go look for some rocks. So, suddenly. So it's definitely something at God Valley triggered it. His desire to learn the true history.
Yeah. Palessa says, I'd cry at how good the 2.5 pages would be, honestly.
yeah,
I feel like everybody will eat God Valley up. I feel like that's like, it would be so hard to not fumble it, but like, I feel like that's one of those things. I mean, everyone's always, not everyone, there's always going to be people mad at anything. So, but I think God Valley is one of those things where it's like, oh, it's gonna be so exciting for a majority of people. Going to the next super chat, Matt Cypher says, or Bits, it says, it's also interesting the Yami Yami no Mi's gravity can specifically target bodies of devil fruits without affecting the surroundings, almost as if it's pulling in the devil fruit in the body. Yeah. I mean, that kind of goes back to like the shadows kind of idea, right? Like, or light in general. When you think about black holes, it absorbs light. So regardless of like you subscribe to Hidden's light theory or my shadows theory, they both meet in the middle regarding light and their importance in the story. So I think that definitely is gonna play a factor in the future. Another curious thing is Fujitora's gravity is only vertical gravity, but Blackbeard's gravity is centered on him. In fact, Blackbeard's shadow is also affected by his fruit, and the darkness spreads from his shadow from his body. Yeah, that's
sounds like someone watched your video.
Yeah, that's Shadows theory, which throw back to the first collab that we had where he made you turn sideways on that. And and I also have to appreciate you for you gave me the floor essentially at the Reverie for the Shadows theory, because like, who would let this random dude speak about shadows other than the savage crew captain Randy himself, the future Reverie host, being like, yeah, that shit's cracked, let him talk.
let that man talk.
Yeah,
let him cook, come on.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Bushido with the €5 super chat says the One Piece is a golden beetle. I have seen that cropping up more and more since the lightsaber Bonnie running away. Luffy, Jaya was talking about the beetle thing, saying that that's like a treasure. And then Heracles is one of those characters that I just feel like is going to be important somehow. Heracles is probably a character. There's no okay, Randy. There's no way you have Heracles in the back there.
Oh, I do have a Heracles.
No, how? Why do you have Heracles? Who? Why? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Chat, can you tell me? Does that make sense? Why does Randy have Heracles back there? There's no way. But yeah, I feel like he's gonna be important. I mean, Randy has him in the shelf in the back, so every character behind Randy is going to be important for sure. Easy prediction right there. Mr. Bushido with the 5 months membership. So Mr. Bushido has access to the early releases of my theories. There's currently 3. I think 2 of them are coming out this week, but I gotta work on that. I'm having way too much fun with this stream to worry about editing videos at the moment, but I appreciate that, Mr. Bushido. And he says, I think Katakuri will arrive to save Pudding and see Law. Will arrive where? Oh, like Katakuri's gonna show up at Winner's Island? Katakuri is not much of a winner. I'm just gonna throw that out there. He has 2 fat L's right now, so I don't know if he belongs on Winter Island. But that'd be interesting if Katakuri. Do you think? I think a lot of people were asking in the chat earlier. They were asking both of us. I don't know if these are future super chats, but they're asking Big Mom true predictions. And you talked about this a little bit with Roger's base, but it's like even Smoothie didn't get any shine despite the design, despite like the build up.
Oh, what the crew could do. Yeah. I mean, the only one I'm more interested in seeing more from is Montdor.
The book guy, right?
Like, aside from Pudding, like Pudding is like going to do more. Katakuri will, due to popularity, return at some point. But Montdor is yeah, exactly. Montdor had such an interesting fruit. You know, it's like and it was fun, like kind of going back and thinking about matchups. You know, like being weekly right before Onigashima and everything, everybody was like trying to pit Straw Hats against Big Mom crew members, during the War of Onigashima. And I really wanted Robin to fight Montour.
Her, dang.
Yeah, but it's also something that like she would have had to use her mind to get out of, because since she's in a different world and everything like that, her power really wouldn't have had that much of an effect on him. So she would have had to outsmart him in order to get out of the book world in order to clutch him. So like that's the kind of stuff I was thinking, like what would be interesting, or Robin versus Daifugu, and the way she defeats him is by using her hands to cover his belt so that the genie can't come out, and then she's able to attack him.
That's such a funny and goofy, and also I was gonna say stupid way, but like honestly, you're right. If you just covered the belt, what would happen? His power. Oh my god, I need to see his power. Is that really how it works? It comes out of his belt?
Yeah.
I didn't even remember that it came out of his belt. Oh, I thought it was just I knew it came out of something, but
yeah, just comes out right out of there, man.
Wait, do you have the genie too? Do they make
the
genie? Oh my god, why do you have the guys? This is ridiculous. The Savage crew is very savage with that. He pulled out. Wait, his name is Daifuku, right? Daifuku, and then his genie doesn't have a name.
Not to be confused with Daifugu, who's the scorpion guy. Who's actually, I would pull him out, but 5 people would fall.
Yeah. Wait, who's the scorpion guy from Wano?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. The name's crazy. Let's see. I got Mr. Bushido again. Wild theory, but every song that mentions the sun that Brooke has sang is about Joy Boy, Binks' New World, and Let's Go Meet Nico. Nico? Like Nico? Were you afraid that like Nico is gonna be censored or something when you wrote Nico? Is that a song? Let's Go Meet Nico? But wild theory, but every no, I don't think that's a wild theory. I think that's probably the intended course of those songs, right? Like, I mean, you can see with Film Red, like does Oda write the lyrics to the songs in Film Red, or did he like?
I'm sure it was a situation where someone else wrote them and then he approved them. Maybe gave some notes, maybe changed some words here and there, but like he didn't write them. It's just kind of like something would get pushed across his desk and he's just like, yeah, all right, do this,
right,
change this up. I think this is how this would actually work.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's interesting because like Oda could be. I'd subscribe to Oda on Spotify given his lyrics so far. He's been part of some bops. He'd be a producer. Oda the producer is kind of Oda could moonlight as a producer and we'd never know. Matt Cypher says, did you know that Lucci called the Kuma Pacifista a problem child? Yep. Do you think Kuma's run on Kamabaka Kingdom will be related? Like, is Kuma split with like Vegapunk amongst some of the pacifistas? Yeah, I think Randy was saying that like he thinks that there's a connection on their own, right?
The way that Vegapunk has an antenna amongst his clones, I feel like the main Kuma is connected to all of the other pacifista. So, and including the Seraphim. So when the Seraphim heard that Bonnie was going to get murdered, the next scene is him moving, which means that there's a primal urge, despite all of the programming, for Kuma to go and save his daughter.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it's like one thing with the Kumas is that they're so much more widespread, and it's like Vegapunk clarified that he can connect to the brain even from that far away, whereas like what would Kuma's connection be then if that was the case? Or it does, maybe, because another way you could look at it is maybe I was gonna bring this up, but this is gonna be a separate thing. the Denden Mushis. Like, who's to say that Vegapunk didn't recreate the Denden Mushis? And that's like how the Denden Mushis connect to each other. Kuma's connected in that regard, which isn't that different than the Punk records. It's just a different system, I guess. And we do have to figure out the Denden Mushis, because the Denden Mushis kind of similar in a way.
Yeah. But is there also a way to just hack into every Denden Mushi in the world? Because it seemed like that's kind of what happened in Film Red also. But, you know, either way, when we find out about the Void history and everything at Laugh Tale, like, the rest of the world is going to find out about it.
Yeah.
And it's going to be via, you know, Vegapunk's stream for the internet, whether it's him that actually does it or Frankie inherits the will. We're going to see this internet Void history is going to get sent out to everyone, and there's going to be a mass uprising against the world government because they're going to find out what happened.
Exactly, I agree. I think I brought that up in the Shanks Summit that we had with Cole. That wasn't a Shanks Summit, but you know, it ended up being very different. But we talked a lot about what happens at Laugh Tale there, and I feel like few of those ideas connect back to this thing, which is interesting now that we have it finally revealed. That was 2 months ago about. So Mr. Rubix with a $20 super chat. I appreciate that, Mr. Rubix. Said, I've been thinking the warping we see Vegapunk do during his intro might be related to how Smile Fruit's tech works. Smile Fruit users feel like the result of bad warps. Vegapunk's antenna being an apple could be a subtle nod to that. Oh, so you're saying how the Smile users look like they're just like warp, like people spliced with a different animal. That's an interesting way to look at it. I didn't think about it like that. Maybe on the lineage factor level, like instead, okay, one way you can see is like a devil fruit incorporates itself into your lineage factor, whereas like if you think of like Spider-Man had it like coded in his DNA essentially. But if you were to just like chop him in half and attach a spider to it, then he would be Spider-Man and not look anything like Peter Parker. And so in the same way, instead of a devil fruit, like, you know, a Zoan working the way it is, the Smiles just kind of fumbled that and just like warped the things together. That's an interesting way to think about it.
You just reminded me of Spiders Man.
Spiders Man? Is that a meme thing or is this a real thing from Marvel?
It's like an alternate universe version of Peter where he fell into a radioactive vat of spiders, or like, you know, like a tub of spiders.
Yeah.
And they ate him, and then his consciousness went into the entire hive mind of these spiders, so that when he takes off his mask, it's like 50 million spiders, and they're just all in the suit working together. And it's like one of the, it's terrifying.
Is that like a different world? Do you remember like what Earth that is?
Yeah, it's a different Earth.
And we're probably not seeing that in the MCU, but that would be interesting. Maybe we do. Maybe for like a second, considering they like throwing in the cameos, but that's not necessarily a cameo people would want to see.
Nope.
No. Yeah, that's
I had to remember it, so I give the chat that image as well.
Yeah. No, I think Spider-Man is gonna be, in terms of the MCU, gonna be like the closest thing to like lineage factor stuff we get, because I think we're gonna learn about, at least in the MCU, we're probably gonna learn about the mutants as Spider-Man as like a vehicle for all of that stuff, but that's a conversation for a different time.
They've had so many opportunities to bring in the X-Men, and they've really
I've been, because they acquired them so long ago, so they could have incorporated them way smoother than how it feels like it's going to be in the future. But there's so much Marvel stuff I want to talk to you about, since you're so close to the Marvel stuff. That's a whole nother like 3-hour stream if we're being honest.
Yeah.
But let's go to the Mr. Bushido super chat here. He says Vivi hacks into all the Denden Mushi. So that, you know, that goes back to what you were saying earlier about how Vivi might be, and I think we talked about this in general, Vivi is the diplomat. Even if she were on the Straw Hat crew, she's the diplomat, right? Like, it's not like Luffy's gonna be talking to all the kings like, yeah, this is exactly how. No, he's just gonna be like, I want meat, I want food. Whereas Vivi is like translating. It's like, listen, you guys do what you guys do, and we will do what we'll do, and we're all gonna be free. And and that's what Luffy meant to say, but Vivi will say it much better in a way that the world will understand. Maybe through Denden Mushi, or maybe without Denden Mushi. Maybe it's through some form of Punk Records.
Just thought of this. This would be a fun development, right? So Kid is likely on Elbaf. Kid is likely going to terrorize Elbaf.
Okay. Like Kid does.
And right, exactly. I want Kid to be the villain of Elbaf. I want Vivi to be on Elbaf. When Luffy and the crew get to Elbaf, because Kid has been doing all of this stuff, and in the newspapers he was aligned with Kid during Wano, they are going to have an issue with Luffy off rip. Which then, if Vivi is on Elbaf, it could be up to her and her diplomatic skills to get Loki to back off of the Straw Hat crew.
Interesting. So a lot of people want Loki to be really strong on his own. In this context, is Loki still like a very strong one? But you're saying Kid is the not the end game, the antagonist of that island. But does that shift the power from the giants? Because people are on two sides of that spectrum, where it's like, the giants are super weak because of the Big Mom's backstory, or the giants are going to surprise us and Loki's just a god, and one way or the other, it's going to be interesting. But
the giants are allies. Saul is an ally, Dorian Bragi are allies, and Oimo and Kashi are allies, Hajradin are allies. We have, and Gerd, all of these. So it's not hard to believe that the majority of the giants are going to be like on board with just Luffy in general. It's going to be whoever's antagonizing Elbaf that is going to be the issue that Luffy's going to have to take care of, whether that's Frost giants, like the Yeti Cool Brothers or something that are like, at war with them, or if it's, Kid wrecking house, then that's going to be the, kind of issue that we're going to have to deal with. And like Loki could be an obstacle if he's if he's mischievous like the actual Loki, but I don't think he's going to be an enemy.
Gotcha.
Say,
do you have a video on the Kid being the antagonist there, guys? That's a fresh. I don't think I've seen a chat or super chat or a conversation relating Kid to being the antagonist there. That's an interesting perspective, because that changes a lot of what I thought Kid would be there. Now, also in that context, is Shanks showing up? Doesn't need to be. Yeah, that's interesting.
Because now with everything with Saul, it's the magnet that's drawing us there is actually like Saul and the library of Ohara. So we don't necessarily need Shanks there, because the goal is to get to Saul. And to get to Saul, they're going to have to win over some of the giants that may be against them after whatever Kid has been doing.
Yeah. I gotta let that one sit to think a little bit more, because that, like, I had like
unless they welcome Kid in with open arms because he took down Big Mom, but
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, if Kid is supposed to be such a menace, like there's nothing. I need a reason for him to be in the story.
Yeah,
that's all.
For me, like, so in my Shanks video, I kind of I put out a hypothesis for what Kid's backstory would be, and it kind of lines up with what we found out in the SBSs that came out, the SBSs that came out recently. And the notion was that the reputation that Kid garnered at Sabaody was misunderstood, meaning that we didn't actually know of anything of what Kid did, and that lends itself to all the terror that he was doing. It could have been like he was freeing people, and by destroying these places, these systems, he was seen as the bad guy, but he was ultimately doing a good thing. It just wasn't seen that way. And so I was seeing Kid as more of this like, you know, a character similar to Luffy, just more on the not caring, like, you know, Luffy meets a Vivi, Luffy meets a Rebecca, Luffy cares about them. Kid would not. That's how I kind of see it. He would do something that he sees as good, maybe not necessarily to be a hero or whatever, that it just aligns with his morals. So he's kind of a version of Luffy that cares less about other people and still follows his agenda. And so going back to what you're saying, like the chessboard that you painted out is very different than the chessboard that I painted out for Elbaf, but I can see that chessboard playing out. But then it's interesting how Kid, do you think Kid is a character that goes to Laugh Tale?
Why?
I see, that's the other thing, because now that we know that the library is on Elbaf, and we know that Kid wants that thing, I was thinking maybe he doesn't play the villain there and he tries to learn about the stuff there. I don't know, like there is a few different factors here playing at, like, Kid doesn't have to be this crazy villain, but then again, the way he's built up, it's like he has the chops for it for sure. I mean, right after Wano, the raid, at least he rolled up on Luffy, and it's like, you guys just work together. You guys aren't gonna like leave first and then fight. Like, you're gonna fight at the party. Like, so
I don't know. I mean, I could see him pulling up to like a main town in Elbaf, and you know, taking all this metal and, you know, being that mech that he was, you know, on the roof, and just like breaking all the houses, and it's just like, bring me the man with the flame scar, you know, the man marked by flames, the man marked by flames, and all of this stuff. And you know, because he's got one goal in mind. He wants to get to the end. I like what Mega Mig said. He said Vikings respect metal, regards like blacksmithing and then Mjolnir and that kind of stuff. He can attract metal, so they might consider him holy. And I'm like, wait a second, that's actually kind of true. Like, if they have like a Mjolnir and then Kid just arm grabs it and brings it to him, they're gonna be like, he's Thor. That's kind of interesting. Huh. That's funny. If he made a hammer out of metal and then pulled it to himself.
Yeah,
I could see Oda doing that.
He could be their, you know, savior Joy Boy version. If they have like a savior in that regard, it'll be interesting. But let's hop into the next super chat, which happens to be Fable. Fable, by the way, GOAT for being here for the entire time. There's a lot of you guys who are here the entire time. It means that you guys are appreciating, enjoying your time, liking the vibe.
And I do have to run. So after this one, I think I'm gonna get out.
All right, that's fair. And then there's a lot. I did not realize how backlogged I am on these, so I will be here to the end until I read all of them. That is what I do. That's my quirk. But so Fable said,
it's not a quirk. It's what you should do.
Fair enough. True. Fable with the $10 super chat said, most oppressive regimes are replaced by oppressive regimes. Just because the world government is bad in the current day, I wouldn't assume that the ancient kingdom was good. I agree. I think there's more than enough gray area. What do you think, Randy, before I put my full thoughts there?
I mean, I love gray area. So if Oda wants to, you know, paint in there and make it muddy like he tends to, I'm okay with that, because it could be an oppressive regime, and go back to all of the things that we were talking about, you know, usurping the throne from a relative, a brother, or anything, Cain and Abel style, and it's just, all right, you're ruling with an iron fist, but I think we could rule with even more iron. So, and then he comes in and, you know, establishes the world government. I mean that would be a twist if the ancient kingdom was bad.
Yeah, I feel like I mean, the story of One Piece too is like, we look at the Kozuki clan, right? They're supposed to be our good people, but the story we get of them is that they essentially pushed the Kurozumi to the plot that we have today. So we see a good faction making a
Kozuki are
mistake.
trash.
Right. And like but the Kozuki were on the side of the Ancient Kingdom. In that regard, like, what do we say about the Nefertari?
And they did not atone for that trashness. that bumminess has not been excused.
Right. And I think, like, even when you look at, like, I mentioned this in that the Celestial Dragon Fishman video. When you look at the Fishman Island, look at the structure of it. The royals are actually up on top of this, like, bubble that puts them in, like, a god realm compared to the rest of the people. And that apparently was there from the Void Century. We don't know. But when you think about it, it's like the Ancient Kingdom can't all be good. Like Fable's saying here, oppressive regimes are replaced by oppressive regimes. It's like trading poison with poison. Which one can you tolerate more? But I think with anything, there's like a balance that needs to be struck, and that's like the main thing, that everything needs to coexist together. It can't just be one side overpowering everything, because absolute power corrupts regardless. It doesn't matter how good you are. Like I always go back to Batman, right? Like Batman's quotes, like I always misquote it, to be fair, but it's like you're a hero until you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Exactly. And I don't know how I always fumble that, but I feel like that's the story here, where the Ancient Kingdom, they were doing good. They made mistakes. They made several mistakes. There was oversight. If the conversation needs to be had, is it intentional or unintentional, right? You could argue that the Kozuki side was unintentional, but then you look at Sukiyaki and you're like, I don't know if we could redeem this guy. And then, the world...
Yeah, I mean, it could be a situation where the Ancient Kingdom was bad,
right,
and then the world government came in and they were good, but they lived long enough to see themselves become the villain.
And I think...
essentially turn into what the Ancient Kingdom was trying to do, or Emu was a plant from the Ancient Kingdom on that side that came around and made it seem like they were doing the good thing, which goes back to essentially what we were talking about earlier anyway.
Yeah.
That he was playing both sides. There's either way, it's going to be gut-wrenching, it's going to be deep.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun to explore, and it's going to be all these things and more.
Yeah, like apparently the world government abolished slavery. I mean, we saw that Dentadas apparently were better off after the Void Century, but then we recently recovered that slavery was abolished until 200 years ago or something like that. And so it's like, how does that play in there? Why did it the word abolish, it's like a loose thing where it's like it wasn't necessarily like the world government wasn't like perpetuating it. I guess nowadays in the modern text it's more prevalent. But I think, like Randy said, I think that Oda plays well in the gray, and there's no, like, I mean, if we were to say gray is the paint in basketball terms, then Oda's unstoppable in the paint, bro. Like, it's crazy. You give him a bit of gray and he turns that into like the most beautiful picture, I think, like somehow out of gray, and we're all here eating it up. And want to thank you again, Randy, for talking as long as you did, and this won't be the last conversation, and I'm glad we are ending off the year with one of these really, like, I think we talked about like from beginning to end of One Piece from this perspective, and no better person. Thank you, Randy Troy, captain of the Savage crew.
Appreciate you, my guy. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we did this, and I'm excited for you and your new journey and everything that 2023 holds for you. And yeah,
maybe one day our kids will read One Piece and then check out our theories and then be like, our dads weren't that great or something like that, some funny history like that. But it'll be are you planning with Mars already to bring him into One Piece? I'm assuming, right? Have that plan.
Yeah, I mean he's already watched some of the stuff. Like I'll put it on for him and he'll sit and he'll watch it.
Yeah,
he mostly likes the openings.
Fair. Our kids will be present for the end of One Piece. That'll be a fun thing, and cognizant as well. You know, that's an age group where they can get into things. So definitely, thank you for not having me, for coming on, and again, being again. I can't state how helpful you have been, even in the small conversations, but then also the support of like joining the dad club. So
yeah, brother. Yeah. And you know, you need any help, anything like that, advice, shoot me a message.
Will do. I'll definitely be talking to you soon, Randy. Have a good one.
All right, brother. And chat, subscribe to Par if you're not. Subscribe to me if you're not. Be on the lookout. All right. Par, you're great. I'll see you later, buddy.
Thank you. You too. All right, so that was. I just want to point out that a lot of the, I don't like script out per se, like what I'm gonna talk about on the streams, but I have an idea for each person because like I kind of got a grasp of what they like, what they focus on. With like Randy, it's like I think we definitely like hit full circle in the conversation and what Randy likes and all that stuff, and we got a taste of why people gravitate towards his ideas and mentality, and the conversation with One Piece, and one thing with that, we were talking about the mind rope. Over the years of being connected to Oda, and I'm saying Oda because One Piece is how we connect to Oda. I'm not saying we know Oda, but I think the story lends itself to how Oda thinks, and over the years you kind of get to know someone based off their work. And I feel like every person has their own personal frame that connects you to somebody, and the frame that Randy has for Oda is I think something that Oda personally likes the most of all the things, which is the history repeating, history rhyming itself. This quote right here, the idea when you think about the premise of wait, where is it? 99 right here. The legends that endure in the future were events that took place in the distant past. This is in the first 100 chapters, right before then. And I think Oda has a huge message regarding history, regarding memories, regarding governments, regarding friendships, communities. Like, I can't think, like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I know a lot of you guys are in a lot of digital communities, whether it's gaming communities, Among Us, League of Legends, D&D, Smash, the just chatting. There's so many different communities, different niches, and I've been a part of a bunch of that. I mean, some of you guys have seen me in random places where you're like, why is Par here? How is Par here? And someone brought up TikTok, like I was memeing on like the attention span thing. The reason and how the current world incentivizes having short attention spans, or the world pushes us to that. Yet I'm on TikTok. Yet I love TikTok. The reason I love TikTok is because I get to swipe through all the different worlds, and you can see me on makeup channels. You can see me on dance things. You can see me on history things. You can see me wherever. But I think like, and despite talking with so many different people in those spaces and knowing people, the One Piece community it's impossible to replicate. I think it's like I will go out and say it's impossible to replicate what's happening in the One Piece community. The amount of people I've met through One Piece is crazy. Much love to everyone here. Yo, Kev Dog, shout outs to you. I loved your Kev Dog just did a theory reaction stream and he had a great time. And seeing that fun, like he was watching other people's theories and tapping into their mindset, seeing what they were thinking, but enjoying it, and then connecting to Oda and all that stuff, and like just having fun with it too. Like, no offense to Kev Dog, but like I don't know, like if me, Kev Dog, Hidden Island, Randy, all these other people, we'd ever connect, and then all the people in the chat, Mega Migs, Mr. Rubik's, Fable, Wave Master, we got some things cooking, bro. TikTok does not suck. You just gotta use it different. TikTok's a thing. This is my thing. I hate social media. I've said this. I think this is I'm not much of a religious person, but I feel like I like God's plan as the summarizing term of whatever you think, chaos theory, whatever you subscribe to. I think God's plan has a lot of irony in it, where me and my closest friends, we don't use social media. My high school best friends, they don't even know I'm having a kid, and my wife is like, "You guys are so weird." I'm like, "No, the rest of the world is weird. This is how the world used to be, where it's like unless we sent letters to each other, we wouldn't know." And the thing is, my friends wouldn't be offended regardless, because we all disconnect from the internet. But ironically, all the things I gravitate to in terms of like the business me and my wife run, this thing, it's all social media based. And I'm just like, I hate social media. But I love the One Piece community for social media. And there's a lot of people that leave the community because of the social media aspect. There's a lot of things that people don't like. And I think what that comes down to is you got to use the tools to your benefit, right? So like TikTok overall, it's not a good thing. But the amount of good that I've pulled out of TikTok, I think is what's more important there. I think all social media is used incorrectly by the masses, and that's not something that's easy to break. I don't blame the individual, but it's I look at everything that the world gives us as a tool, and like in the One Piece world, right? Something's only a weapon if you use it for violence, right? And you don't have to use a weapon for bad. You can use it for good. Shirahoshi doesn't have to be bad. That's a shocker reveal. Wait, what's a shocker with that? I don't like social media. I mean, you can see that with I try to stay up to date with Discord and everything. I'm just bad at keeping up to date. I just put out the thoughts, try to connect where I can. I try my best, guys. And I appreciate all you guys for being here. And staying as long as you guys are connecting. This was a crazy year. One of my favorite years for sure, in terms of what was accomplished here. Because I look at this as like, we're creating our own, as cringe as it sounds, ParVision Records, where I've had multiple people come back to me from a random thing, a random event, a random fiction, random game, even in the stream. Like, people are like, "Yo, I thought of you while I was playing this game," and I'm just like, "I thought of this theory, I thought of that idea," and they talk about it on streams. Which, by the way, if you guys are here, as long as you are, you guys, I do like streaming, so I usually stream random stuff on my Twitch. I'm backlogged on my watch party, so I might do it tonight depending on how this night looks. So I watch the animes, and then right now I'm playing Pokemon, but we talk about random stuff. Usually my chat just holds me hostage talking about random things, animals, Australia, but worlds, FIFA, whatever it is, we talk about it. But yeah, let me get through the super chats before I get super distracted. Love you, Par. I can listen to your streams while working. I appreciate that. That would, again, the One Piece community is super welcoming. And I think that's another thing that the One Piece community feels super at home to me for, is like there's no other community where I could in a single conversation talk about the moon, talk about fish, talk about plants, talk about physics, talk about light, all in the same conversation, and then everyone would be like, no, yeah, I completely followed everything that you're saying. That's a crazy reference, but like I didn't know that about the moon, I didn't know about that light, but I understand why we're talking about mushrooms and the moon all in the same conversation. But imagine I did that in any other niche, right? Any other niche, that would be the weirdest thing. I forgot about the suit. Yeah, we'll be here for a while. 6:35 a.m. here. Yo, Chin, I'm glad I was your insomnia today. I apologize for that. Who's my starter? It's I named it Zoroito, but it's Mioscarda. Sprigatito, the grass one. It just vibed with me, felt real. I started making plushies and I kind of want to make a Par plushie. Memoji. Wait, I'm down. Let's do this. We'll talk about it. Let me get to these super chats. Okay, so we got through Fables. Appreciate you, Fable. Sky DS with the 50 bits. These ships are canonically sentient in One Piece. Pluton is king and queen. Is king queen of Kabaterman. Tinfoil Squad. No, I like that. I like the Pluton as Kabaterman. The Grim Reaper that Zoro saw. Kabaterman. Maybe that's it. It's resting underneath Wano, so that's the Grim Reaper Kabaterman. It could be. The other reason why I like this, and people forget this, is that Usopp was the one who saw the Kabaterman, but Zoro was actually the other Straw Hat who was about to see the Kabaterman, which makes the Water 7 situation even more of a struggle, because Zoro, had he saw the Kabaterman, not that he would sing a different tune, but more so he would be more understanding of Usopp's perspective, in my opinion. Had he just been able to see the Kabaterman, he was the one that Usopp talked to. So for Zoro to see the Kabaterman here, and that being Pluton, I would love that, because then Usopp and Zoro could have like a conversation of the Sunny, the Mary, and talk about that in a different way. And that could be a way to reflect about the Mary too. So that is I like that. There's a Kabaterman King. I'm a subscriber to the idea. You guys know me. I know like a lot of. I think this is an idea with theorists in general. It's like it's my idea or the highway, or if it's not my idea, then I don't like the story. But if you guys seen my recent videos, I literally counter my own theories in my own video. I propose better theories in my own video. My Pluton video is about, I saw Kev Dog's reaction where I was like proposing this idea that he loved, and then I put Dax Sake's Pluton molting and I put it in there. And like for me, it's like it's more important thinking about the ideas and all that stuff. So one of my favorite ideas is that Pluton is a Kabaterman. I love that for sure. I'm not opposed to being wrong. I just like having the conversation. Like one of my future videos, it's about the 10th Straw Hat. Though I don't necessarily believe it. It's not even that. It's one of those theories that I don't want to believe it. I don't think it makes sense, but it makes sense. And I'm more so doing that video because nobody's talking about it in the community in regards to the 10th Straw Hat, and I want people to talk about it. So some of the members know what I'm talking about. Don't spoil it. I'm gonna edit that video maybe for early next week. We'll see. Andrew Connor with the $5 super chat. Love the ideas about Emerald City. I always thought that Emerald City was in Elbaf named Asgard, and the giants were created by Joy Boy. I love that idea, especially since we see that the legendary Iron Giant is a giant and like a robot, and like if the robots are made in the image of Joy Boy, could make sense. Because also, didn't Luffy dress up just like the Iron Giant a few times as a gag? Huh. I'm gonna think about that. But yeah, I like the Emerald City thing because the other part of I forgot to explain this with Randy, but I think Emerald City is a misnomer in the sense that emerald refers to green, and so it could just refer to greenery, and so Emerald City in Arabasta could mean that it was all green, not necessarily the jewels. But on the flip side, it could be like the canopy of the giant jewel tree Adam in Wait, it's called the Jewel Tree Atom. So the canopy, jewel, emerald. Yeah, it would just be that. We've talked about that in the previous stream, I think. But I like that idea. The only thing about that is that if that were the case, why would it be as mysterious? Because it doesn't, from all things that we've heard, Elbaf isn't like Sky Islands where it's like rumored, you know? It's interesting. Kabotterman will be revealed again forever. Got you, Sky DS. Yeah, I actually love that theory, the Kabotterman one, because I love Kabotter. Go back to the Devil Fruits boat float video. Like, all the things are sent. I'm literally getting memed by that One Piece talk and their community that I just think that everything's alive, and I'm like, yeah, everything's alive. Fight me. It's like the ship is gonna come to life. We saw the Going Merry alive, bro. It sailed itself from Water 7 to Annie's lobby alone in a storm. It's alive. Where Mihawk is a sword, Vanderdecken is a mushroom. Everything's alive. Full stop. All right. Time Lord. With the bits, Emu is looking like a moon person makes sense. I didn't bring up the other part about Emu, but it's fine. The Celestial Dragons all wear spacesuits. Cool. That makes sense. Could be a thing where the 20 kings invaded Earth and took over. 20 kings invaded Earth. It could be. Or it could be flipped. But if all the 20 kings invaded Earth, it is interesting. I mean, even Randy thought that the space pirates could be reminiscent of what Emu looks like eventually, but can't say. Can't say right now. Dill with all these cheers. Thank you, Dill, for all the bits and more cheers. Thank you, Dill, for all the help on the stream. Keeping the chatters in check. Sorry, I was about to burp. Drek the Drek, $5 super chat, says, I just want the crew roster to be completed. Confirmed completion. I'm still jaded from all Wano's crew member bait. Hey, we were just talking about that. I think with that, my mentality may not be fun for a lot of people, but I never cared for people to join the Straw Hats. If they joined, when they joined, I'd be happy or mad, depending on the circumstance. But I never cared for more people to be added. And my mentality around that was that the more people you add, the less focus we have for all of them, right? And we saw that in full force with Carrot. We saw that in Wano with the Scabbards. You add more Scabbards, you get less focus on the Scabbards. So that was always my mentality with the Straw Hats. It was like a bittersweet thing when we got like Brooke was fine, because like when we got Brooke, it was like, okay, like cool. Frankie was fine, you know, but then in post time skip with all the ideas, I didn't really care. Like, so I was anime only for the Carrot thing, and I never jumped on I was never part of the community or that mob mentality of sorts around Carrot. Yes, that was a jab at some of you guys. But the point is like, I feel like post time skip, there's so many Straw Hat, and I'm just sitting here like, yo, I want to know more about Brooke. I want to know more about Zoro. I want to know more about Sanji. I don't need anybody else. Not that I don't care about them, but keep them separate. Again, if Oda did it in a really well way, then I'd be like, sure. Of the characters that could have joined the crew, in my opinion, I like Tama. Tama was a cool one. It would have been a different context, like an apprentice, because then, like, if Momo was on the crew, Momo and Tama being the apprentices of Luffy to, like, Shanks, but not Shanks Buggy parallel, but the apprenticeship parallel, very cool, in my opinion. But backing up, I didn't think Momo would join the crew. I thought that he would stay on Wano. I didn't think Yamato would join the crew. I thought stay on Wano. The only time I thought Yamato would leave is if Momo left. And other than that, like Law, I knew he's like an alliance. He would never join. Jinbei was the one. Jinbei was one where I was just like, I like this. I like this. I like it. Yeah, Jinbei was an outlier in the time skip where I looked forward to him joining the crew. even before the end of Fishman, I looked forward to that. I felt like that was done in a way that made sense because of all the things that Jinbei did for Luffy, right? If you guys haven't seen the collab I did with Sunlight Alliance, let's see, One Piece Moments, I did a collab with them here. I'll link it. I'm at like 8 minutes in and I talk about the Jinbei moment, and that's just like, you know, the thing that Jinbei did for Luffy when he had no family, no crew. If you've ever had that moment in your life, you know Jinbei is super important, for sure. It was like that moment where I was like, okay, Jinbei's coming back. Jinbei's not just coming back, he's here already. It was Amazon Lily where I was just like, yeah, Jinbei. Do you like the idea of Vivi and Smoker? Yeah, I won't meme on the Smoker one because Morgan Hidden's favorite theory is that one. I want to see that. I still haven't watched the full thing, but it convinced Hidden, so I'm gonna check it out. Carrot hiding in Carrot's mob mentality. Stop it. Carrot's still on the ship. Stop him. Memoji, you're a carrot. Are you memeing with the copium thing? I didn't peg you for the Carrot fan. You know, I didn't think. Are devil fruits Kabaterman? Egg Migs, they could be. Shadows things, very similar, very close. Jinbei was a great join, yeah. Remember our deal? If Carrot joins the crew, you have to eat a carrot. I will buy a bag. I will get the real carrots, bring it on stream, eat them. Not the mini carrots. I'll have the full carrots. If Carrot joins the crew, like at this point, how are you gonna say she joins the crew? She does not join the crew. She's on Zunisha, bro. She's gonna roll up. She's the captain of the Zunisha ship. She's her own pirate at this time. Let's see. Par's shadow theory, like devil fruits contain. Yeah, so Sky DS, I think like the Kabaterman thing, I think shadows, spirits, they all I think Oda does a great way of like, we learn this concept, this concept, this concept. Hey, look, all these concepts link to one thing. What that one thing, that's for us to find out. Is one of them the main thing and they all link back to it? Maybe it's the shadows. Maybe it's music. Maybe it's souls. Maybe it's the Kabatermans. Who knows? Who knows? Do Kabatermans have shadows? That'd be an interesting one, right? Let's see this. Mr. Bushido is heading out. Said bye, Mr. Bushido. Anyways, it's getting late. Gotta go. See ya. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. My foot fell asleep, so my foot is joining you, Mr. Bushido. Oh God, my foot. That's never happened before. Whoo! Don't eat it, swat. I'm not doing that. You're gonna Photoshop that shit. Stop it. Let's see. Drek the Drek with the $5 super chat says, oh no, I got that one. Andrew Connor with the $10 super chat says, if Strongworld is a template for the new world, is Uranus going to look a lot like Billy the Electric Duck? Maybe Uranus will obey Vivi since she has an affinity with ducks. I do like that. I do like that because that duck was so random and not necessary. But if you watch that movie, that duck played an important role and it makes sense for everything, right? And Karu, Vivi, duck control, like who knows what these ducks are capable of. Like how... It's interesting. I do think that, like even Randy was saying, it could be a giant bird. It could be a dragon. I could see that. I could see, just like Shirahoshi, Uranus is gonna be random. What's up, Big T? But yeah, I like that. And this was a chat earlier about do I think Skypiea would have been better, I think was the question, post time skip, because Enel would have been a better villain at that time. See, I think Skypiea, I forget who asked this, but I remembered it. Skypiea is an arc that was necessary at the time because it was set up in the lore. And so then you're asking yourself, you're weighing the arc on Enel or the lore. For Enel's sake, post time skip, obviously. For lore, pre-time skip, in my opinion. I think it just made way more sense because of the mysticism of the lore. If it was fresh in your mind, then the One Piece like reveals that we're getting now, Nika, all that stuff, it wouldn't feel as amazing, right? Whereas now we go back 800 chapters and we're like, Skypiea was cracked, you know what I mean? And so I think Skypiea is better pre-time skip, and the problem was Oda created too cool of a character, and that character suffered because of time. And he did that with Crocodile, he did that with Enel, and that's the issue, right? Oda had to sacrifice those characters for the sake of lore. He did the same thing with Crocodile. How much did we talk about Arabasta in this arc? Pluton as well, right? So we needed those things, and it's like Crocodile is maybe endgame set up for Cross Guild, but you needed Arabasta to be that long ago so that Wano could be now, you know? So it needed that separation, because Arabasta was always in the card and Wano was always in the cards. Everything in between, those were cards that Oda drew later on, in my opinion. They might have been there, but they might have looked a lot different originally. But since Arabasta and Wano were always in the cards, they had to be separated by a lengthy amount. And if you watch my Pluton video, you can see why Skypiea might fit narratively really well in the context of Pluton after Arabasta. So hopefully that answered that question earlier. And that was also to prove to you guys I am remembering the chats and I'm reading them. I'm trying my best. A lot of chats, and I again appreciate all of you guys. And I do read through all the chats as much as I can once the stream is done and I have to like do the VOD stuff. So Zale, the whales was excited for the rulers to be born and meet Jinbei, can communicate with the whales so he ain't dying to the fishermen to get to the surface. Yeah, Jinbei is gonna be super important for sure. Since Luffy still wouldn't be rubber, Crocodile should have been post time skip, to be honest. Yeah, I can understand the sentiment. I think the main concern is how does Oda smoothly bring Crocodile and Enel, I say Enel carefully, he's bringing back Enel. Like, he's already rolling back all the villains, right? Like, at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Arlong shows up, you know what I mean? Push that Pluton agenda. Yo, like, don't even watch my video for the thing, go watch KevDog's stream for it. It's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. But make sure you leave a comment regardless, so I know that you guys seen it, because there is a part 2. I love leaving hints in all my videos, by the way. So in that Pluton video, I hinted at my alternative Pluton theory in that video. And similarly, on this stream, there's a hint somewhere in the stream as to the middle name of my my future son. So if you guys watch back the VOD, make sure to look for that clue, because I love doing that. Enel did Lucia. I think that's history in a different, it's rhyming, right? Yo, Par, I have a huge Arlong agenda I gotta tell you sometime. Do you have a video for it? If you do, send it my way. I'll definitely watch that. Arlong returning is the low-key one of the goofiest things, but I'm curious now. Emmanuel Blue with the 5 crones. I remembered. Super chat said, just got out of work, such a pleasant surprise to see my 2 favorite collabing. We're just gonna act like Randy's still here. Thank you, Randy. Emmanuel says we're his favorite 2 YouTubers. Thank you, Randy. Savage. There we go. Can't wait to see the whole VOD. Yo, it's gonna I think this is a conversation I'm gonna revisit too, because there's a lot. And also, Randy hit me with some knowledge bombs, like noggin breaking, ankle breaking, knowledge dropping, Vegapunk record level of like a synthesis, where so many things just made sense that I just ended up in Randy's Genjutsu. And I was like, wait, I have theories? ? And then we got that One Piece talk. Shout out to them. them failing no November, and I'm gonna reread the chat to see what they said to have Randy say they're kind of crazy. Gotta see that. But all love there. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Sebastian, Lawrence, Lionel. You guys at that One Piece talk. Marv. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bushido with the €5 super chat. What's Black Mirror's deal? She was born on Wano? Wait, is that said? We don't have her Viva card. Wait, it says she's born on Wano and is an Oni. That one we have to get clarifications, because apparently Oda wanted her to be a Spinosaurus, apparently, without the horn. I don't know what that means. Black Mirror is a card game about the Queen of Spades. Is she Queen's daughter? Are they dead? No Queen's daughter. Don't ever say that. That's... Whoa. Queen having kids is gross. Are they dead? I don't think they're dead. Nobody's dead. We didn't see bodies. It's also bad luck to kill spiders, so... Matt Cypher says, I think both you and Hidden are right when it comes to Shadows and Souls. It's two sides of the same coin. I think Yami Yami is special because its inception creation was evil compared to other fruits. That's my take on theories, is that if you have two theories come together, not overlapping at all, but still somehow meshing, that's probably a really good theory. That's probably a really, really good theory. And so if you guys haven't seen my Shadows theory, the part 2 to it, also the Void Century, go watch those, but then go watch Hidden Islands, Devil Fruit Origins videos. I think he had 2, one with the light specifically, then he updated it. And he updated it to something that I love so much more. And if you watch Film Red, it'll hit you in a different way, for sure. The One Piece talk, roped hard. Yeah, that is what they do, apparently. Will be a video for sure. All right, got you, Kev Dog. Are you gonna name your son Goku D Luffy? No. Isn't there that kid who's named Monkey D Ichigo, Uchiha Naruto Uzumaki? Like isn't there that kid that was actually named that? Yeah, Baby Vision has a full name already. So I just want to know what Ivankov alluded to a crocodile. I think, don't unsub. Don't. Hands off the computer. Everyone hands off. Everyone hands off. Don't unsub. Crocodile might just be a female. I don't know. Like, it might be like it was a decision, Like, it's not like a hockey undo does it. It's a decision. And I'm not saying Croco Mom. I'm not on that boat. But the woman? It could be. I haven't seen a counter. So the main thing is there's one person who made up a counter. DZL. It's DZL on TikTok. I haven't seen someone take those exact points that uses the Croco female theory and use that for a different theory, except for it's DZL, which uses it for the revs, which is interesting, but connecting crocodile to the revs. I really like that theory. We talked about it in my collab with Preach. If you guys want to see my collab with Preach, it's on my second channel, ParVision VODs, and I think I like that way. But I could, all I'm saying is if crocodile is revealed to be originally a woman, hey, I mean, shout outs to whoever made that theory first, because that's a fun one. Love the croc woman theory. Yeah, the croc mom theory is just, we'll take that and put it over here. You know what I mean? This is bikini bottom, move it over here. Like, that's what we do to that one. But the croco woman theory can stay in the bag, it's on the outskirts. It's there. We respect it. Respect its existence. Tachi is coming up with a theory on crocodile that's going to be cracked. Ooh. I gotta see that from Tachi then. Vandy's son is named Marshall ParVision. Curious if you named yours another Yonko. I thought it was Mars the entire time. I was like, wow, he named after the planet. But the Mars thing is really cool because of a different thing relating to Blackbeard. But I'll talk about that later. No, there's no Yonko being named after. Millennium Black. welcome to the stream, said my friend had a wild theory that Croc is Luffy's mom. Yeah, that's like one of those ones that like incepted the entire community and everyone's heard it by now. I don't know when it originated. I think it originated maybe around last year, or maybe it was before that, but I feel like the Croco woman theory was probably first and then the Croco mom theory. I don't remember which the chronological order of the theory, but that is a fun one. I mean, I wonder if your friend has any new insight to shed on that theory, because not a subscriber of it, but I see it. You know what I mean? I see it. It's there. I see it all the way over there. It's not here on my desk, but it's there. I see it. I recognize it. It's fair. Already said earlier that Film Red is fair game now. Try not to spoil Film Red here, but do you think... Yeah, it's been like a month, right? Like, we could start talking about it. It's kind of fair game. I feel like... And the thing is, like, if you haven't watched Film Red now, you might be on... Like, you haven't been able to. Fair. That's fair. I apologize. But I also feel like if you haven't watched it yet, you might not care necessarily to watch it. I know there's a group of people that don't care to watch Film Red. And I'm like, you know, you're on your own boat with that one. Because I watch all the movies for One Piece. It's just the ones before Strong World I watched when I was a kid. So I don't really remember all of them. I know the plant one. I know the cursed sword one. There's like the lava one. There's like a few interesting ones for sure. We got some more super chats to go through. I'm almost done, and then I'll chill with the chat just a little bit, because this, you know, Randy said that, you know, I should, you know, talk to the chat, and I am, but the one quirk is I like ending on even. We just passed 6 o'clock. Damn it. Okay. 6:15. 6:15 is probably reasonable. Mr. Bushido super chatted with which Big Mom kid do you think is a Rock's Crew kid? Big Mom was the first kid she had was after Rock's disbanded, correct? Or was Parasparrow born? Oh, Parasparrow was alive during God's... Wait, where was Parasparrow and Katakuri? Was Katakuri alive? Wait a second. Hold on. I need to brush up on Parasparrow. There we go. Searched him enough time that he shows up. Let's see. Parasparrow is 50. Wait, how old is Katakuri? Katakuri is... Wow, YouTube is so much more active than Twitch. Yeah, YouTube is popping off. Huh. I mean, there's a big thing that this is Vegapunk's kid, but now that we know it's a devil fruit, it doesn't necessarily have to be. But this tongue thing is very interesting. Because sure, we got the explanation for the brain part. You know what? Parasparrow might just be Vegapunk's kid still because of the tongue. Because the devil fruit doesn't explain Vegapunk's tongue. I know that theory was there, and then it got slightly retracted once Vegapunk's devil fruit was revealed. But then, tying back to the tongue, yeah, it might just be the tongue thing. 48, 49? Damn, Big Mom was getting around on the Rock's crew. Then all the kids had to, I mean... Yo, all the kids are just Rock. Yeah, I never even like put 2 and 2 together with that one. They're probably all just Rock's pirate kids. That explains why they're so strong. So which one is Rock's kid? Was there a Rock's kid? Imagine there was a Rock's kid. And it's the weakest one. Nah, I don't know. Whoever had Katakuri, all I'm saying is that's some strong DNA. Strong genes. I appreciate it. Appreciate those genes. Monkey. Actually came here for the slower chat. Makes sense, Mega Migs. Parasparrow is an OG, but he gets treated like Diamante or something. Diamante was cracked on Doflamingo's crew. Treble was higher up in terms of Diamante, right? Like it was Treble then Diamante. But yeah, Parasparrow is kind of like that, I guess. Vegapunk could still be a Longhead tribe. Rock's kid equals dragon. I talk about it in my the video I just posted. I don't think Vegapunk He could be Longhead tribe. I think the devil fruit is sourced from the Longhead tribe, which currently doesn't exist necessarily, right? Fukurokuju attained it naturally. We don't know. That's a huge part of my devil fruits are training wheels for peak hockey, where Vegapunk gets a giant head from his devil fruit, at least that's what he says, and then Fukurokuju gets a giant head purely based off of willpower. That is exactly what Oda said, and so if you guys want to see more of that, that's in the video I posted today. Let's see. Matt Cypher says, do you think SAD or SAD used to make smiles is made of ectoplasm, material the soul is made out of? You said ectoplasm, I thought Danny Phantom. The color of Brook's soul looks like SAD. It always bothered me. So the color of Brook's soul, Hitodama, that's typically how they're colored, like blue or greenish balls of light, I believe. When Ryuma's soul passed, I think it was blue. And then for Brook, they chose green. I thought they were going to do blue, but there might be a reason they chose green over blue. But I think in general, it is a blue-green in Japanese folklore with the Hitodama. I might be wrong, but I know I'm pretty sure it's blue at the minimum. Yo, caught the stream, probably watched it. Definitely. We're closing out soon, but Rabbit Head, this was a great conversation, I think. Great. Randy was a great person to bounce off a lot of ideas with. If you saying the ectoplasm from the fruit, from the souls, I don't think Caesar's that cool. If we're being honest, like you're saying Caesar made the SAD. He's the one who did that. He makes the souls or extracts from the souls. But is Caesar that cool? No, he's not. Vegapunk, sure. Caesar, no. But Caesar's the one for the SAD thing, but that's his shortcoming, right? I don't think Vegapunk probably has his own version of that. But you might be right that Vegapunk's could be that. Could be Vegapunk's side of it, could be that. I thought green because more stereotypical American ghost depiction. Could be it. But to be fair, Kev Dog, One Piece is not written for us Western folks. It's written for the Japanese audience, primarily. Souls from Soul Eater. Where's Strawberry? The thing about Strawberry is I don't think Strawberry's head is big. I think his hair is long. I think Strawberry is I think when he was introduced, there was a few animes that had character like memes like this. But I think it's his hair, because his hat gets worn in the, like, I don't know. It's weird. It could be, but the way, because then if this is a forehead, you don't grow your hair on the forehead. And if it is, then LeBron needs this hairline, bro. All I'm saying. We don't stick too much on it. Oh, this picture. The hat is just in the middle. Like, it's so weird. It is weird. It is weird, in my opinion. Okay. Matt Cypher says, Usopp is going to take the alias of Thor, which is funny. Thor is half god and half giant, and Usopp's melee weapon is a hammer. Plus, Loki in Mythos was small for a giant, but Loki in One... There's a few mythos regarding Loki. Maybe I'll make a video on that, but Loki in One Piece looks like a regular giant. Does he look like... He looked like a ball. I don't know if he looked like a regular giant. And Usopp is an inversion of Thor in some ways. Yeah, I'm excited. I think when Oda brings in mythos history into the story, it's sure 1-to-1 Luffy like Hanuman type of thing, but then you could say that that Sun Wukong and Nami share a lot of things, right? And I, off the top of my head, I can't think of a specific example, but I think when Oda spreads mythos into the story, it's never a sniper shot. It's usually a shotgun, meaning whoever's involved in that part of the story, they all get spread out. The sentiment gets spread out amongst them. So in the context of the conversation we're having, Kid, the magnetism of Mjolnir, right? That could be an aspect, sure. And that doesn't take away from Usopp having more heavy ties to Thor than Kid, because then what you could say is that, here's a fun thought. one thing about Mjolnir is it has a chosen one kind of thing where you have to be, I forget if this is just MCU, but I'm pretty sure there was few spells put on Mjolnir in various forms of the story. It's not necessarily like you have to be a good person or something, but it could be that Mjolnir has a spell on it. Sentient objects, objects with a will, Enma. Cursed item, Mjolnir could be a cursed item. And if Kid is a running for Thor, Usopp is a running for Thor, it could be that pits Usopp and Kid for that thing. That could, and Loki as well. It could be all three of them running for it. Who knows? Because when you think about it, Usopp also shares the thematics of Loki as well as Thor. So and you know, a lot more people would say more of Loki, but the Loki lore is from memory. The trickster stuff, sure, but I think his first epithets didn't have much to do with the trickster thing. It was just his position as a giant. I forget. And I remember like he tricked dwarves into making Mjolnir or something like that. And then something happened, and then he essentially adopted this personality. And then the conniving part was either it's his whole personality or it's a part of his personality, but it's always a part of his personality. It's just how much of him is Loki, right? And the MCU part of thing that kind of, you know, maybe this is harsh, but one thing that I will say about the MCU that I don't like, and I get why they do it, but they went on in a different target demographic, in my opinion, is they kind of bastardize a lot of culture, which, you know, makes sense. And though some things can seem great for people who are not part of that culture, I feel like sometimes when it's a part of your culture and you see it, you're like, at least it's our, you know, the sentiment you hear is like, I'm just happy we're finally being represented. And it's like, but then when you boil it down, you're like, it's not really, you know, could have done a little bit better. So we won't talk too much about the MCU stuff. Let's see. Loki's the god of tricksters versus god of Usopp, another trickster. Yeah. New God of War puts a better perspective on the Norse gods. Like a more accurate perspective. What the fuck? You're still alive? Yep. We're closing out soon. I want to talk to the chat. I've been talking to the chat, but we have one more super chat. Or we have two more chats to get through, and then we're good. On that, and then we'll talk at the chat. See where it goes. I need to eat, but you guys are feeding me plenty of energy right now. For sure. Mr. Bushido says €5 super chat says Kid only attacks those who laughs at his crew, like Roger. By the way, how did Kid survive the manhunt the world government in the South Blue 24 years ago when world government killed kids? Which video did I talk about? Oh, my big mom video. Oh shit, Mr. Bushido, I forgot about that. Kid gets super mad when people make fun of his crew. Oh my god, wait, that's actually important. If you guys go watch that video, you know why that's important. Because if you guys go watch the teeth video I made, I mentioned Kid in there. And now it connects. That now not only do we have the physical manifestations, but we also have the narrative tied to it. Thank you, Mr. Bushido, for that. I did not remember that. That's like, it was there, but I didn't think how important that was, to connecting it to Roger specifically. The manhunt part, watch the Godfather Shanks video. How did we end up to strawberries? Oh, big foreheads. That's how we ended up here. Let's put it on Randy's thing, because we were talking with Randy the whole time. Couldn't have had this stream without Randy. And so we'll leave it here on this thing while we finish up the stream. Mr. Bushido, that's a cracked idea. I like that. Amax with the 2-month sub. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're still in the chat. I haven't seen you type. But thank you for the support, thank you for the love. Tune in for the maybe later today I do my Saturday watch party, and I know it's Tuesday, but I don't have much time other than this, and so it might be late nights here and there. But I have to edit my buggy video. I think I'm getting that on as a sponsored post as well, so I got a timeline on that one, so I got to work on that one. And if you're a YouTube member and you're the type of viewer who can remember panels in your head, you know the context, you don't need the pictures, I release all the audio for my videos early for the YouTube members, and so the members all get access for that. And then like in the next few weeks, so I dropped 3 videos yesterday or the day before, and so those 3 videos are gonna be worked on the next 2 weeks ish, so we'll be there. Now I can sleep. Got to your super chats. Also cares with kid, which is the Sushito. Wait, I thought it wasn't making fun of his crew, but making fun of their collective dream to find the One Piece. It's I have to reread the Wano part because people making fun of Killer, I think that's what pushed him over, right? Because he was laughing and the gifters were making fun of him, I believe, something. But it was also his laugh. He was Killer was self-conscious about his laugh, but he was forced to laugh, which is tragic. But I'm gonna reread this context now for sure. And last bits here. Matt Cypher says Caesar could have ripped off the SAD formula from Vegapunk, but didn't get the formula right, which is why Momo's dragon fruit works like Zoan's, but works like a Zoan should, but all of Caesar's fruits are crap and sometimes even detrimental. Okay, so then what we're saying is that the SAD formula that Caesar had, so that's where I was disagreeing. So I agree with this, is that Vegapunk formula, he might not call it the SAD, because I doubt he'd call it SAD, right? Vegapunk's smarter than that. Vegapunk's version of the SAD formula is probably ectoplasm related, maybe. That goes back to when we saw the Jinbei Seraphim, the VAT, it could be that. And then Caesar copied it, but he's that kid who could never quite get copying the homework stuff down right? And fumbled it. Like, how, I don't know. But then again, we can't blame him, because like Frankie, besides the laser beam, it's like, how many things did he one-to-one connect, right? So yeah, I mean, here's the question, you guys. How long is Egghead? Vegapunk dies at the end of Egghead, and if you guys say it all in one thing. How long is Egghead? Vegapunk dies at the end of it, yes or no? And will we know everything about Devil Fruits by the end of Egghead? Yes or no? So length, yes or no, yes or no. Let me know. Par's still streaming. I'm not saying I'm cherishing the moment. See, this is a Dax. Appreciate you popping back in. Something that I haven't been as transparent about with the community, which I should be a little bit more, is if you guys notice, I put an emphasis on streaming for the last few months, because when this kid comes out, I don't know how often I can stream. I don't know if live reactions will still be in the cards when the kids come out, when the kid comes out at the very start at the least. So if I do, it'll be shorter. I can't hang around like this all the time. If I do, I'll have to take breaks. When the Reverie happens, I can't be there for 10 hours. I'll have to take breaks in between to help out my wife and things like that. So, if you guys are wondering, why is this guy still here? And why is he talking so deeply about this thing? It's like, I truly am trying to, you don't know what you miss until it's gone. And I've experienced that too many times in life to let that go, let that happen with the community. So that's why I'm not opposed to having this long stream here, and always talking about how much you guys mean to me. in that regard. What matters is the family stays strong, happy, and healthy. Exactly. 30 chapters, Vegapunk dies, but one backup survives. Do you think it's the dog, the Recyclamon thing? Survives and travels with the crew to Dragon. I forgot the third question. Also, someone asked me to make a theory connecting Pokemon and One Piece, and I can. I was gonna either do that One Piece world was the predecessor to the one Pokemon world, or that the Pokemon world is after. And so Vegapunk made everything sentient, and that's why we got Pokemon. But you know, that was because I have a One Piece Naruto crossover theory, Black Clover. There's one other, but be interesting. Some of you guys said no and yes, and you guys didn't give me the context. You don't sleep much anyways. Exactly. I don't. Sleep is not my vernacular, but I do love sleep. Sleep is a favorite time. STBY. Wait, what does STBY mean? Is that a person? Do you remember my question about Skypiea as the first? Oh, Top Goon, I answered that earlier. I was saying it's basically a payoff between. I was saying, I forgot who said it, but I answered it when we were talking through super chats. I was basically saying it's a trade-off between lore and antagonist, and I think Skypiea is way more valuable as lore. And if you watch my Pluton video, it makes sense why, if that's true, but more than that, it makes sense why you needed Skypiea's lore at the time there. Now, Crocodile and Enel suffered from both the same thing, where the lore of their relative arcs were too valuable to stave off for the characters perpetuating those arcs. Crocodile and Enel clearly are both post-time skip level characters. We knew that from the get. I mean, Crocodile awakened in pre-time skip. We didn't even he said that word for word. He said that. We just didn't see it because it was on Arabasta. But the other point being that I think One Piece is a lore-driven thing, so Skypiea being pre-time skip, just it had to be that way. But I get what you mean. Post-time skip, it would have been great. Now, asterisk, something I didn't say before is that I have a feeling we're still gonna see a Sky Island. We're still gonna see a Sky Island here in the post-time skip. I mean, I sound dumb because obviously we see Vegapunk's land. I think like the ones that they were referring to, like that that there are more Sky Islands. Balloon Terminal, for example, something like that. Who knows? What's the background music? It's an Adobe stock thing that I found like a few minutes before the stream. Glad you like it though. Are you naming your kid Saint Charles? No, I'm not naming this. Vipop, don't laugh at that. Why are you laughing at that? I see you guys. I remember names. Brett Fairchild. I remember that. Where did he say he was awakened? So in the thing, he said that he knew his fruit well enough. He learned his fruit to the highest degree, and he was able to turn his surroundings into sand. And we weren't sure if it's because he could suck out the moisture. That was the explanation then, but you look back at how he described that, and it's very similar to the awakenings. So, and it would make sense that he was awakened given what he did, but also the place in his story in the future, right? He has to be awakened for the future story. See, no, because I suspect a key aspect of Devil Fruits will be explained by Void Sentry. I don't think we'll get fully get into that info until Elbaf, or possibly until they reach Laughdale. Yeah, I can subscribe to that. I feel like what I said to Randy earlier is that Vegapunk's gonna leave us the most he can, but that's not enough because there's still the Void Sentry, and neither Professor Clover or Vegapunk are privy to the Void Sentry. Only Roger, only Odin, they know the true history of everything. Vegapunk and Clover have the conjectures, right? So maybe if Clover's still alive, he would. Who knows? I get that sometimes I nap for fun. Hey, napping for fun's great. My wife's always napping because she's pregnant, so yeah, she's pregnant, but so tend to join on those naps. Okay, I agree. I've always thought people overthought Logia awakenings with the climate permanently changing idea. I just always imagine awakening and Kainu could turn buildings to lava fists. Yeah, now that we see Green Bull's or Ryokugu's power, it does change the context. I agree with you. Overthought the Logia awakenings with the climate permanently changing. I agree with you. Now, one of the videos that I'm working on is about that. And the possibility that one of the people, their powers may awaken in a different way. Because you look at Punk Hazard. Kuzan could just freeze that and it would be the same thing. Is that an awakening? I don't know. Permanently changing climate, that's a different thing. How does that happen? Now that's a different question, because it's not like just having magma doesn't change the climate. You'd have to change the electromagnetism of the island, right? That's how it was explained to us. So on that note, I feel like there are if you go back to my Ryokugu video, I have a fun theory that so far I think is wrong, but I still like it. I think Randy liked it too, and he still likes it. And I talk about how I'm not going to talk about Ryokugu's power because it, to my opinion, broke the mold that Oda was building. And the mold is already breaking with the likes of Katakuri, likes of Luffy. It's breaking, and I address that in a future video where I addressed it in the video I posted today that I think the Devil Fruit context is going to change. There's going to be like some umbrella that they all fit underneath, and they're not actually separate groups, I think. But a larger context, it's like maybe Akainu and Kuzan's fruit awaken in a different way. Don't know. Non-awakened Logia's Ace Smoker Caribou. Yeah. Ace's is interesting because he passively changed the climate, right? Not sure though. Remember the Nika stuff and seeing Luffy is liberated from Wano. Nika reveal would have seemed so out of the place. Top Goon, so that point you made was what I addressed before, was like, I feel like it creating the separation. I said a bunch of other things. It creating the separation from those reveals makes it more interesting. And like Randy even pointed out, is like his favorite part of the story is when the early parts are that meaningful. But to your point, there is an argument that it would have flowed better in that way. But what we have to remember is that between Arabasta and Wano, those are different. Those weren't the concrete cards that Oda drew at the start. Those are the cards that he made along the way. And that's very clear. Randy said that, I say that. I think a lot of people agree that in between Arabasta and Wano is where Oda's testing things. And so I think he did a great job overall with the timing of how that happened. My girlfriend has a dark theory that Yamato is the daughter of Toki and Kaido. I mentioned that before. I said that with Momo. I was like, how crazy is it if Momo came out looking like Whitebeard? Or was it Roger? I forget what I said. Then he came out looking like... But in the joke of that video was that Momo technically has two dads, because Odin's his dad, but then Kaido because of the devil fruit. And it'd be crazy if he ended up looking like Kaido. And then he kind of, sort of, but like, who knows with that. But then the Yamato, Toki, Kaido, it doesn't necessarily fit the timeline because Yamato was born off of Wano 8 years prior to Kaido coming to Wano, so it wouldn't fit the timeline. But the Hiyori, Whitebeard, like in terms of those dark theories, I had a few of them. We play around, we joke a little bit. When Odin was gone, Kaido took over Wano. Yeah, timeline wise, I don't know if it fits though, because it would have been prior. Yamato is 8 years old when Kaido landed on Wano. So that's right after. So we don't. That's I forget which video I put it in, but the conversation around Kaido's flashback there's that 10 years before Wano that is the most important thing, because that's when he got Yamato, that's when he gets the fruit for Yamato, that's when he gets his own fruit, that's when he gets king, that's when he gets queen, that chunk of it. That's why I still subscribe that we are getting that flashback. We just can't get that flashback right now. And that's where I think in my Joy Boy Alliance video, though a lot of things are wrong, there were some things right. I was right about an admiral showing up on Wano. I didn't think it'd be Ryokugu, but I also didn't like specifically say one. Another point about that was that saying that Yamato would be a great person to give us that backstory. And so my recent Big Mom video gives more importance to Yamato showing back up. A few people think Yamato will show up in a different way. But there's more ways than one to get that backstory from Kaido, or about Kaido during that time frame. So didn't know the timeline thing. Yeah, so funny enough, the Voice of All Things, the stream start, I think first, second, or third episode, you can go on my VOD channel, that was set up to, because we got the Kaido flashback, I believe, and I was like, no, we need timeline now. Oda can't just drop like all this time and not expect me to do this. So I sat there on stream, made a timeline of Wano specific. Oh, I haven't made those Wano videos. Oh god, I have so many things. I should probably make those before the year ends, because who wants to talk about Wano in 2023, right? Is that a Christmas time? Definitely have to watch that Big Mom video. Yeah, it's a favorite. Check the sub chat. Oh, I can leave this now because my camera thing. I have to change the thing. Sub chat. Got you, BivHub. I will take care of that later. Have you seen the Momo looking like Whitebeard meme? Yep. I don't know if that came out before I was saying that on the stream or after. But I'm happy to know that there was a lot of other people that like that idea. Because I feel like when I said that, nobody brought up the thing, but then later on people showed it to me. And then it was like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? But I think it's a hive mind kind of thing, which is again what we were talking about early on the stream, where it's like Oda created this thing where it's like so many different people can come to the same idea, and it's a lot of fun. Especially funny ones like that. Let's see. What time are we at? We're at 6:32. All right, guys. Wow, there's still a lot of people here. I'm gonna close out on the stream. I'm gonna thank you guys again. We made it through all the super chats, made it through the chats, had a, I think, great time on stream. Again, if you tuned in late, it will be up. I think I'm just gonna leave it up on my main channel for now, so you guys can see the chat, so I can see the chat. The next stream is the knock-up stream. The next One Piece stream is the knock-up stream, where I do the live reactions, because Oda knocks us up with a new chapter every week, and that is Thursday night, probably, unless they early release TCB. And thank you guys for being respectful about the spoilers. Appreciate that. One thing I will say is I am ending the stream here, but I maybe stream on my Twitch. So if you guys aren't following me on Twitch, I stream watch parties every week. Not gonna say Saturday, because this week I missed it because Thanksgiving. But for One Piece and this, I'm doing the fall anime because the fall anime is cracked. But also, again, like I said, I don't know if I'll be able to stream again. And the what's it called? The watch party is a lot of fun. Bleach, Chainsaw Man, really great. Blue Lock, really great. Mob, Psycho, Spy Family, One Piece. Having a great time. Other than that, I'm playing Pokemon right now, but I think I'm doing like the last missions, and so if you're interested in that. And then other than that, I have random streams. And again, no, I'll be honest, sometimes I don't pay attention to the stream. I just keep it up for the company while multitasking. I appreciate the memoji. I appreciate that. It just, this time is just, we'll never get this time back, Like, talking about theories the way me and Randy did in the chat was doing while we were talking about it, we can't do that once, like, a year from now. In 2 years, once the things are revealed, what are we going to talk about, right? We're going to still talk about One Piece, but, like, spitballing these romantic ideas and epic ideas as loosely as we are, it's not going to be able to be possible the closer we get to the end. And so that's one thing. The conversation is another thing. Like Mega Migs and where is it? Top Goon coming here asking about theories, that kind of stuff. This is fun. Check my last message on Twitch, Par, but other than that, have a good one. Wait, what's the last message? Kong's full name is Don. Yep, Don Quixote. That video is coming out soon, Time Lord. It's gonna be this year, but he prefers to go by Don Key Kong. Where that the Moon Key video is coming. Enjoy your evening. One last shout out. Thank you, that One Piece Talk coming through, Hidden Island coming through, Dax Sake, Kev Dog, Merch Hunter Ricky. Thank you for sponsoring the video I posted up this today. As a viewer, as a new content creator, appreciate that. Just if you guys haven't seen Merch Hunter Ricky's stuff, definitely go check him out. He was kind enough to sponsor the video I posted earlier today. I know there's a few content creators I have to be missing. I am so sorry. Shoutouts to IMD King for being the shadow of the theory. I don't know why YouTube glitched like that. And that's truthfully, I apologize to Randy for that happening. Hopefully he understands. I don't know why that happened. I'll get that fixed immediately. And more than that, thank you, Randy. Whether you're lurking or you're listening, I appreciate you so much for being a content creator. I think that's like one thing that goes under the radar, is like, you know, a lot of people can sit back and like, why are you guys talking about One Piece so much? And like, this story means so much to so many people for so many different reasons. And having the conversation, like Mimoji's saying, like, just the company or just talking about it because your friends don't talk about that. Like, Randy is doing a great thing by having such a strong community, right? More so than the One Piece community, having a great community that's so welcoming, so supportive. His crew came in super supportive. El Baffy, Fable, Tyrone, Will, and so many more. Imagine from Randy, and even the start of my YouTube was from a lot of again, Randy supporters came in and then they held him hostage on his stream and was like, bring Par into the chat right now. And so we set up a Discord immediately call. That was a fun stream for sure. The audio scuffed, but it was a great time. So can't be more grateful to Randy, to his crew. Chrissy has been super nice, super kind, super fun. All the conversations, and also the live chat in his stream. So thankful for that. Chrissy is a big fan of the Mihawk as a sword theory. That was a fun one. And fun fact, many times when Randy's reacting, there's like mini conversation in the chat. I end up having conversations with Chrissy, and there's some things that I forget if she hates Foxy or whatever, but it ends up being that like some of my videos I reprioritized because I had a conversation with Chrissy actually, where she's like, oh, I hated Long Ring Long Land, and then I made a Davy Back video. The Reverie, the thumbnail has the Reverie in it. The Big Mom Amnesia. There's a few videos, and so I just realized that's kind of funny now I think about it. And then also you guys, can't thank you guys enough. Looking forward to seeing you guys in the future. Trying to think if there was anything else that I missed. I feel like all the YouTube members, all the support, only reason why this is possible and sustainable. So trying to think